Why don't we just give us 1 minute to get settled here? Is that okay? Thank you. Yeah, we're good to go, right? You'll be all right. Perfect. We're good to go? Awesome. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Welcome to the Agoura Hills Planning Commission meeting. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. If you wish to speak or submit a written public comment, please complete a comment card for each agenda item, and please submit it to our city clerk before the public comment portion of that item. I will now call this meeting into order, and I will defer to Vice Chair Reinhardt to lead us through the Pledge of Allegiance. Great, thank you very much. I will now, let's see, I will now defer to our Assistant Planning Director, Robbie Nesevich. Thank you.
Yes, so I just wanted to make an announcement and introduce everybody to our new Interim Community Development Director, Ray Taylor. Ray Taylor's just been a pleasure to get to know over the last week or so, so I just wanted to hand it over to him to let him introduce himself real fast.
Thank you.
This is on? Okay. I got to get used to this microphone. Well, thanks, Robbie. I just wanted to let you know I'm very excited about serving as your interim director during the process of your recruitment and the transition for the permanent appointment to that position. Just in terms of really a background, I know I don't look this old, but over 40 years of local government experience, 25 of which is serving as city manager in Westlake Village, where I retired in 2018. And since then, I've been doing a number of interim assignments, 3 in Beverly Hills, for example, 1 in Calabasas as the interim city manager there, and several other positions in different cities. I just want you to know that I look forward to getting to know each of you, and I'll be reaching out to you soon, and we'll have an opportunity, or better opportunity, to get to know each other. And please let me know if there's anything I can do in the interim to make your job easier. I know it's a difficult challenge serving as a public official, but that's obviously one of the roles of staff. And so I want to be around during the next several months to assist you in whatever way is best for you. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight, Mr. Taylor. Great, moving along, I will now defer to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Good evening. Commissioner Platzer?
Present.
Commissioner Sharon?
Here.
Commissioner Stein?
Present.
Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Present.
Chair Roth?
Present.
Chair Roth, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We will now move to the approval of tonight's agenda. Will the maker of the motion and second to approve the agenda please state your names?
Vice Chair Reinhardt makes a motion to approve.
Commissioner Sharon, seconds.
Great. I'll now defer to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Platzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Aye.
Chair Roth?
Aye.
Chair Roth, you have approval 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the public comment portion of our agenda tonight. This section is reserved for individuals wishing to speak on items not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. If you have materials to distribute to the Commission, please do not approach the dais. Instead, provide the item to the city clerk for distribution on your behalf. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Individuals addressing the Commission shall refrain from disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of our meeting. I will now defer to our city clerk. Do we have any public comments tonight?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence, nor do we have any speaker cards.
Great, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the approval of tonight's consent calendar. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items on the consent calendar. I will now defer to the city clerk. Do we have any public comments?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence, nor do we have any speaker cards.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from my fellow commissioners on the consent calendar? Hearing or seeing none, I will now call for a motion and a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar.
Commissioner Stein moves to adopt the consent calendar.
And a second?
Vice Chair Reinhardt seconds.
Thank you very much. I will now defer to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Platzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Aye.
Chair Roth?
Aye.
Chair Roth, you have approval 5-0.
Great, thank you very much. I will now move to our first item of the evening, our public hearing. Our next item is to conduct a continued open public hearing to consider the adoption of a resolution to approve a conditional use permit, number PZ 2025-111 CUP, to allow for on-site consumption of alcoholic beverages, both for Type 41 and 47 ABC licenses at an existing restaurant, pool cabana, and event space. This open public hearing was continued from the meeting of December 4th, 2025. I will now defer to our associate planning associate, Eric Wong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Roth. Good evening, Chair Roth, Commissioners. The item before you this evening is a continued item from December 4th, a request to reclassify an existing establishment's alcohol beverage license. So tonight I'll cover the project summary, changes since December 4th, and staff recommendations. So as a recap, the establishment is located within the Lake Lindero Country Club at the corner of Lake Lindero and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and is Zone CR, or Commercial Recreation. And a drainage overlay, Zone CR-D, also traverses the site along Lindero Creek to the west. The complex comprises of a restaurant, driving range, golf course, tennis court, pool, and seating area, and event space within multiple buildings. So the applicant is seeking to reclassify their existing Type 51 license to a 41 or 47. This is because a 51 only allows alcoholic beverages to be served at a members-only club, while a 41 or 47 allows service to the public. Currently, the applicant has applied for a 41 license, but has expressed interest in pursuing a 47 in the future. To reduce burden on the applicant, the draft conditions of approval provides for a Type 41 license or 47 should the applicant obtain one within 2 years of permit issuance. As part of the project, the applicant is also requesting to expand their service area to the existing enclosed pool and event space. Therefore, the request for a conditional use permit to serve alcohol in an existing restaurant is warranted. So as you can see on the slides, the areas highlighted in red represent the service area proposed. To the north is the existing restaurant and the open space patio. To the south is the new proposed pool cabana and event space. And so in the new expanded areas, the public views and potential noise would be screened by the existing enclosures around the pool and event space, as well as the distance between the complex itself and surrounding uses. And as just a reminder, the difference between a 41 and 47 really come down to what types of alcohol can be served. Both 41 and 47 require the establishment to primarily be a bona fide eating establishment, meaning they mostly serve food, and the alcoholic beverages must be consumed on site, and servers themselves need to be certified for responsible beverage service. The only difference is, again, that type. So 41 can only serve beer and wine, while a 47 serves beer, wine, and spirits. Currently, a 51, which is what the applicant already has, allows beer, wine, and spirits, but you don't need to primarily serve food. So basically, if a 47 were to be issued, the alcoholic service intensity would be reduced compared to a 51 currently, and it would be further reduced if a 41 is served. So in the December 4th meeting, Commission directed staff to just revise the conditions to allow for a longer service time. That's because originally the service was conditioned to only allow beverages to be served between Tuesday through Sunday at 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., which the applicant at the meeting expressed that it wasn't flexible enough for them to have a tenant come in to operate the kitchen with those service times. So, and nor did it reflect the pre-2024 service times. So the conditions of approval were revised to allow for 7 days of service from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., closer to that pre-2024 operation. And as a re-examination of the use, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department was contacted, and they expect no impacts to their service with these proposed hours under a 47 or 41. So therefore, staff respectfully recommends the Planning Commission approve conditional use permit case number PZ 2025-111 CUP, subject to the conditions of approval and based on the findings of the attached draft resolution, and make a determination of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. Do any commissioners have any questions of staff on the item? I think the only question that I was going to ask, I think, was answered, which was continue to reach back out to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department to make sure that there would be no concerns with the expanded hours, but given the fact that the applicant basically be going back to what they were doing before, and there were no complaints before, it seems like that's okay. Hearing no or seeing no other questions, I'll move on to ex parte communications. Are there any ex parte communications that commissioners need to disclose tonight? Hearing or seeing none, we'll continue. I will now defer to the applicant. I see you here again with us tonight. Thank you very much for being with us. I will defer to the applicant. You or your representatives will have a total of 15 minutes for your presentation. Please adjust the microphone and watch the podium lights. When the yellow light appears, you will have 1 minute remaining to conclude your remarks, and the red light will indicate your time has ended. Before your time begins, please state your name for the record. And I know you've already presented to us, so up to you on how you want to use your 15 minutes tonight. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Robbie McDonald. I'm the general manager of Lake Lindero Golf Course with Western Golf Properties, who manages the property for Lake Lindero HOA. I don't have any additional information to provide, or unless there's any additional questions.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. Hard to call it that. But before we move on to any public comments, do any commissioners have staff of the questions of the applicant? Commissioner Sharon?
Hello.
Hi.
I didn't get to meet you last time. I did review and watch the last meeting, so I kind of got caught up, but I did have a few questions that came up for me, so bear with me. So are you, so you're proposing times from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And actually, this might be a question for staff, but if a tenant comes in and wants a restaurant from 7 a.m. to, or let's say 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., do they need to apply for a new CUP because it is not these exact hours?
So it would depend. If they wanted to serve alcohol between those times, then yes. But if they are okay with the current times of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., then no.
So 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. would be the restricted alcohol times associated with the property, and they can choose whether to serve alcohol during those hours or not. But if they want to go beyond those hours, they would have to apply for a new CUP.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's an on-site, 41 and 47 are both on-site alcoholic license. Does that mean that people can order drinks and take them across the street to the golf course? Or how does that?
They would be able to take them onto the course. The only part of the course that's across the street would be the 3 holes that we have on the south side of T.O. Boulevard.
And so would alcohol be able to go over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Historically, they always have. They've been able to take it on course and, play throughout the 9 holes. But generally, they don't really, even right now with us not selling, with them going into 7-Eleven or the Hills, we can't stop that.
Yeah, that was my next question. Are members allowed to bring their own alcohol on?
No, they're not. Yeah, like with us selling, we were historically preventing them from bringing alcohol onto the property. And we have our marshal on the weekends who kind of drives around. So if we did see them come from 7-Eleven or the Hills, we would have them go put that stuff back in their car. because it benefits us to be able to sell through our shop an ID who, A, of age, B, have they been overserved.
Got it. So you will, with the permit, you will be able to take purchased alcohol onto the course on both sides of the street, and you have a marshal on the weekends?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any intention of increasing a marshal time during the week if you're going to be selling alcohol more frequently?
That would be based on the golf demand. You know, like generally Monday, Tuesdays are kind of slower, and then as the week goes on, it gets busier. Or, you know, starting next week with the holidays, those 2 weeks tend to be busier. So that's when we staff differently. But for the most part, in our time with the property, alcohol doesn't really start to sell until mid-morning, late in the afternoon. And, you know, that's when we kind of have more staff around.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to jump in here real fast, because typically, I understand that's typically how it works with a golf course, but the license with the state, if it's on sale, they typically make the applicant delineate where the sales and the consumption is going to be, and that's why it's called on sale. So in their license to the state, they would delineate exactly where it's going to be, and that consumption would have to occur within that area. So just wanted to clarify that.
And that would be regulated by the ABC, whether they're within or without,
That's correct.
outside the boundary. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we don't sell on course, so everything's strictly through the clubhouse. It's not, you know, we don't have a beverage cart that drives around and sell per hole.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we have no plans of doing that either, by the way.
All right, that's good to know. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from commissioners? Great. At this time, then, you may be seated.
Thank you.
We are going to defer to our city clerk for public comments. We might give you, like we did, I think, last time, the 5 minutes to rebut, but that will be up to you. So I'll now defer to our city clerk if we have any public comments. If you have materials to distribute to the Planning Commission, please hand them over to our city clerk to distribute on your behalf. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Do we have any public comments tonight?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence, nor do we have any speaker cards.
Great, thank you. So 5 minutes are yours if you so choose to come back up here, but perfect. So we'll continue. Before I close the public hearing, do any commissioners have further questions of the applicant or staff? Yeah, I'll just ask one as a further clarification of Commissioner Sharon's question about the use, right? So we're only approving where the sale occurs, right? Not the consumption, just to be clear.
A little bit of both.
Okay, right, because like the cabana, but okay. But though the consumption is regulated, there's oversight on that, and then there is mechanisms in place where, you know, again, they've been operating in such a fashion for so long anyways, but were things to get out of hand down the road, ABC as the governing authority of the consumption part of this, like there's still oversight on that, is that correct?
That's correct. I can't, if ABC were aware of it, what I'll just say is I cannot see ABC being okay with somebody purchasing a drink at the clubhouse and then bringing it across a public walkway or the street onto the other golf course.
Okay.
So ABC would regulate that if they saw it.
But that's
happening.
that's on the applicant and their process through ABC,
Yes,
not
that's
through us tonight.
with
Okay.
them, and that the enforcement is through ABC.
Great, thank you very much. There any last minute questions? Great, I will now finally close this public hearing. And we'll move on to deliberations. I'll start to my far left. Commissioner Stein, do you have any deliberations?
First, I want to thank you again for coming out and clarifying a few questions that Commissioner Sharon had. They were actually, I overlooked one of them. But this is actually an existing golf course. The restaurant was there. You're looking for a new restaurant. You're just trying to go back to the same hours. I have been there in the past. I have not seen anything that is disruptive to the neighborhood. And looking through all the findings, I can make them all.
Great, thank you very much, Commissioner Stein. Commissioner Platzer, do you have any deliberations tonight?
I'm concerned about the hours from 7 to 10. It's a little long, but I I appreciate that you came back, and he did what we asked, and I can go along with the findings.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sharon, do you have any deliberations for tonight?
I think that the country club has been a great example of how it's operated in the past. I don't see any concerns moving forward. ABC will be the one that regulates, public sidewalk consumption. So, but based on the findings, I can make them.
Thank you very much. And Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Thank you, and thank you for coming back and working with the city. I think that, given all of the, back and forth and making sure that everything was in compliance, both the tenant and the city has done a great job of making sure that everyone's acting in good faith. And I know that these approved hours, if we do make the findings on that and vote in favor of it, this is not necessarily the hours that you will have a tenant in there open at all times. This just opens the opportunity for you to operate within the scope that you originally intended. So with that, I can make the findings.
Thank you very much. This is Chair Roth. I also, too, can make all the findings. For the record, do want to appreciate the flexibility for coming back and working with our staff through this process to make sure that it was amenable to the long-term plan to get a new tenant in there in the future. I echo my fellow commissioners' comments. I do think that, I've been going there. I did golf camp there as a kid, and I still go there on occasion. And so, I've seen the activity. I've seen, as Commissioner Stein had mentioned, it's not like a party scene or anything like that. I think it's very tame for the most part, and I think people are very respectful for that. The fact that the golf course, it does intersect within the Lake Lindero HOA in the neighborhood there. And I can only imagine that this is a continuation of that. I also want to commend you all for, once the sign went up, once this was flagged for you all, pulling the alcohol, which I think has now been over 6-8 weeks of lost sales, et cetera. I mean, that definitely takes a hit on your operations, et cetera. So I appreciate you working with us and making sure and doing everything by the book. So thank you for that. So with that, the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution to approve a conditional use permit, case number PZ 2025-111 CUP, to allow for on-site consumption of alcohol beverages for both Type 41 and 47 ABC licenses, an existing restaurant, pool, cabana, and event space, and make a determination of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. I will now call for a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. Will the maker of the motion and second please state your names?
Commissioner, you got it.
Commissioner Stein moves to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sharon seconds.
Fantastic. I'll now defer to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Platzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Aye.
Chair Roth?
Aye.
Chair Roth, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you very much. I'll now defer to our Assistant Planning Director, Robbie Nesevich.
The decision of the Planning Commission shall be final within 15 days from the date of the decision unless an appeal has been filed with the City Council.
Thank you very much, and thank you for again being with us tonight. Great, moving on to item number 4. Our next item is to conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of a resolution recommending that the City Council approve entitlements and legislative changes for a new senior residential care facility. I will now open up the public hearing and defer to Associate Planning Assistant, I think, Katrina Garcia, for the staff presentation.
It was associate, but that's okay.
Oh, thank you. Did I demote you or promote you?
You did.
Oh, I'm sorry for that. I will still defer to you, though. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Roth, and good evening, Planning Commissioners. So tonight's item is for a new residential senior care facility located on the corner of Agoura Road and Chesbrough Road. So my presentation will cover the following topics: a short project summary, which will cover actions on specific entitlements and legislative changes. I'll go over the project vicinity and the existing site conditions, a brief history of the project site, then I'll go into the proposed development and use, then the specifics on the proposed legislative changes, project compliance, environmental review, and then staff's recommendation. So before going into the details of the project, I just wanted to go over what entitlements and legislative actions that need to be taken tonight. So the city, through our environmental consultants, determined that the development warranted a mitigated negative declaration to address any environmental issues that may come up. The Planning Commission will need to determine whether the environmental analysis is complete and accurate and whether the proposed mitigation measures adequately reduce potential impacts to a less than significant level. In other words, the Commission is being asked to decide whether it agrees with the conclusions of the analysis and the mitigations proposed. Next are the policy level actions, which includes a general plan amendment and a zone change. When considering the general plan amendment and zone change, the Planning Commission's focus is on whether the policy and zoning changes themselves are appropriate for the site and whether the uses and development standards being proposed are suitable in this location. Even though the project or the proposed development project provides context, the Commission's action is on the policy framework, not on the specific building design. The other request is for a tentative parcel map to merge existing legal lots and to dedicate land for the public right-of-way. This action does not approve a specific development or create new parcels, rather it consolidates the existing lots into a single parcel and facilitates the dedication of land to the public right-of-way. Finally, the Commission would then consider the conditional use permit for the proposed senior residential care facility, along with a site plan and architectural review to evaluate the site and building design, and the oak tree permit to address impacts to protected trees. And I'd also like to mention that because the project involves policy changes, the Planning Commission's action tonight would be a recommendation to the City Council, where the City Council would be the final decision makers. So going into it, the project site is located south of the 101 freeway, just off of Chesbrough Road, and currently zoned Business Park Office Retail, or BPOR, and it's within the Old Agoura and Freeway Corridor overlays. It's surrounded by several office buildings, a dog daycare facility, and single-family residences to the southeast. The lot is composed of 7 parcels with an average slope of 12%. Here are some pictures of the existing site conditions. On the bottom left is a perspective from Chesbrough Road facing south towards the mountains. And on the right is a perspective from Agoura Road facing the 101 freeway. The site has limited vegetation with the exception of a few trees on the perimeter of the property. And on here you can somewhat see that the slope is higher along Agoura Road than Chesbrough Road and has a slight concave shape. Historically, the site was a dirt disposal area during the construction of the freeway. Before digging into the details, I also wanted to cover some of the history of the site and the steps the applicant has taken to get to this point. Back in 2009, the City Council approved a 2-story medical office on the site with similar entitlements and legislative approvals. At that time, the applicant requested a general plan amendment and a zone change, which changed the zoning from CRS to BPOR, the same zone that we have today. They didn't request removal of any overlays, but they did ask for a variance to increase the allowable lot coverage. The project and the legislative changes were approved, but the development was never built. However, the general plan amendment and zone change were enacted and are still in effect. Fast forwarding to 2020, the applicant submitted a pre-screen request for proposed legislative change. This was either to add the senior residential care facility use to the Old Agoura Overlay Commercial District's list of permitted uses, or to remove the Old Agoura overlay from the site. In 2021, another pre-screen focused on changing the underlying zoning from BPOR to CRS, along with a general plan amendment to align the land use designation with that proposed change. As part of the city's process for a project of this size, the applicant held 2 public forums, one earlier in the process and another after the application was deemed complete. Prior to the hearing, story poles were installed to give the public a clear sense of the proposed building size, location, and height. Finally, the applicant met directly with the Old Agoura homeowners group regarding the zone change and the project, and the group provided a letter of support. The proposed development is for a senior residential care facility with a special focus on memory care. The proposed structure is 2 stories for a total of 46,136 square feet and includes 76 residential units, 16 of which have kitchenettes. The building is primarily communal, which means that meals will be typically served and prepared for the residents. The building would also contain community dining areas, TV rooms, living rooms, a salon, laundry facilities, a medical office for minor injuries, and outdoor space. The site also includes an accessory generator and a trash enclosure. The project requests the approval of a tentative parcel map to merge the lots and dedicate land to the public right-of-way. To put into perspective, here's a site plan. The main structure is sited on the southeast corner of the lot, closer to the streets. The yellow boxes, I don't know if it's visible, but these are the generator pit on the north end, and the one on the west end is the trash enclosure. The trash enclosure will be screened with decorative blocks, and the generator pit will be below the finished grade and will have a protective railing. The site will also have two vehicular access points, one off Chesbrough Road and another off Agoura Road. The red lines depict the retaining walls, which vary in height depending on the topography, but do not exceed 6 feet. The main building pad will include a pedestrian pathway around the building to give the residents access to outdoor space, in addition to the central open-air courtyard located in the middle of the building. The shaded gray areas will all be landscaped and consist of a mix of drought-tolerant native and non-native plantings from shrubs to trees. The project will also include street improvements, which includes dedication of land to the public right-of-way to accommodate bike lanes and sidewalks, and along Agoura Road, a decomposed granite trail will be installed. The developer will also be required to underground electrical lines and stripe surrounding streets. Lastly, the site itself doesn't contain any oak trees, but there is an off-site oak tree on the northwest corner near the proposed generator, which could experience minimal to no encroachment. Despite this, to protect the tree, the applicant would still be required to implement standard protective measures. So the building will consist of earth tone colored stucco ranging from beige to brown with complementing stone veneers to highlight and provide articulation to some of the facades. The roof is a typical gable roof with varying heights and will consist of dark gray concrete shingles. The following slides are renderings of the development. As seen in this slide, the design draws from a craftsman architectural style, which includes wood or wood-like trim, which can be seen on the main entrance, the shutters, the trellises above some of the windows, and uses stone finishing material. This perspective shows the articulated facades and the varying heights of the roof. This view is from the Agoura Road driveway, which shows how the other parts of the building are consistent with a craftsman design and showcases how the materials are applied to the building to highlight and accentuate the different varying articulation. The project also proposes an open face fence around the building as required by state law to protect the residents. And here's another perspective of the main entrance to the building and the driveway off of Chesbrough Road. This is a view of the building from the corner of Agoura and Chesbrough Roads, which shows how the building is set below the street. This next image shows an evening rendering of the proposed illumination. So they propose 9 light poles not exceeding 16 feet in height along the driveway and in the parking lot. The courtyard will be illuminated with wall sconces. The accessory generator and trash enclosure will also contain minimal lighting. And the pathway around the building will be illuminated with 2-foot-tall downlights and complemented with exterior wall lights outside of each ground floor residential unit. As mentioned previously, the application includes several legislative changes. The proposed zone change request is to change the current BPOR zone to CRS, or the commercial retail service. Both zones conditionally allow the senior residential care facility use. The main difference between the two zones is that the CRS has a focus on traditional customer service-based business, including retail and offices, and the BPOR focuses more on larger scale business campuses with retail and service as an incidental. The second part of the zone change request is to remove the old Agoura overlay from the site and retain the freeway corridor overlay. As a result of the zone change, the final zone would be CRS FC. The zone change would also trigger an amendment to the zoning match, which can be seen on this slide. This table compares the development requirements under the CRS and the BPOR district. The CRS does not require as much lot area and allows for a 60% building coverage compared to the BPOR's 40% maximum. The setback requirements for the CRS are generally less restrictive than the BPOR, given the types of structures and uses that are typically seen in business parks. The main thing that I do want to highlight is the difference in the street side yard requirement. The BPOR requires a minimum of 20 feet or the height of the building, whichever is greater of the two. And the CRS only requires a minimum of 10 feet. The project applicant filed for this zone change because as designed, the development would not meet the BPOR setback requirement for the street side, but would meet the requirement under the CRS. So rather than applying for a variance, the applicant opted to change the zone back to CRS, which is what it was previously before the approval of the 2009 project. Going back to the request to remove the old Agoura overlay, the purpose for this request is to essentially be able to have the use. Even though the senior residential care facility is a conditionally allowed use both in the BPOR and the CRS district, the old Agoura overlay contains a specific commercial area which limits the types of permitted uses. That being said, the more restrictive would apply, thereby disallowing the proposed use. The zone change to remove the old Agoura overlay would subsequently remove the slot from the designated commercial center, as seen in the image on the left, which would then allow the residential care facility use on the site. The change would also trigger amendments to exhibits in the zoning ordinance, specifically under section 9552.1, which highlights the commercial center, and section 9553.5, which removes it from the old Agoura sign lighting district. To ensure the city's overall framework aligns with the proposed zone change, a corresponding general plan amendment would also need to be approved. This would trigger a change in the general plan land use designation map to reflect CRS. As I mentioned earlier, the general plan designation prior to 2009 was CRS and was then changed to BPOR. The approval of this action would revert the designation to CRS. The general plan features different goals and policies that become the city's long-term blueprint that dictates growth and development. This slide highlights several land use goals as it relates to each land use designation. On the left are the commercial designation uses, commercial land use designation goals, which aims for the diverse uses and activities and well-designed corridors. The goals on the right highlight business park goals, which aims to accommodate offices and light industrial uses, as well as promote attractive working environments. Both land use designations collectively align in achieving high-level architecture and design, increase job opportunities, and promote a mix of uses. Staff analyzed the project under the CRS development standards and meets all the required setbacks, the height, building coverage, and site landscaping. The project also complies with the required retaining wall and fence heights, parking lot landscaping, and tree canopy coverage as seen in this table. The project also complies with the required parking spaces, the required number of oak trees to be planted, and the foot candle at all property lines. In addition to the typical development standards, the project also complies with the city's architectural design standards and guidelines because it features articulated facades, earth tone colors, uses natural finishes, and provides circulation around the building for the residents. It also includes 2 driveways to help with the traffic flow and gives emergency vehicles a way to turn around. As part of the development review and with the help of the city's environmental consultants, we conducted an initial study which analyzed the technical reports that were submitted to the city. And based on those reports, have determined that a mitigated negative declaration is an appropriate document given the size of the development and considering that the lot is an infill and located in an urbanized area. In analyzing the reports, it was concluded that there could be potential significant impacts if no mitigation is implemented. Those impacts are associated with biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, noise, and tribal cultural resources. Because of this, a mitigation monitoring program is being implemented to address the potential impacts. This would include bird nesting surveys to minimize disruption for breeding birds in the nearby trees, a paleontological monitor during ground disturbing activities if fossilized materials are discovered, an archaeological monitor, an acoustical engineer to monitor ground vibrations, ensuring that adjacent older buildings aren't impacted, and a tribal monitor during grading to manage the handling of any unknown tribal resources that may come up. The city will also continue to consult with any interested tribes in developing a treatment and disposition plan, which will be a guide on how to handle any tribal resources if any are discovered. So that staff recommends the Planning Commission approve staff's recommendation. I'm available for any questions, as are the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to really extend my appreciation for you laying out the volume of things that have to trigger for the item tonight. So, Katrina, really appreciate your due diligence there. Do any commissioners have any questions of staff? And I would be shocked if there are none. So I will defer to Commissioner Stein. You look ready. I'll defer
I'm
to
as
you.
ready as can be. So first thing I want to be clear is your staff findings is written. There's no inconsistencies with the Agoura Hills Municipal Code. That's how I interpret it.
That's correct. So with the legislative action, there would be no inconsistency.
Okay. So to me, I'm kind of reading the findings. A lot of them rely a lot more on kind of discretion, interpreting things. But everything that I looked at technically is consistent with the code. I'm trying to go through all my notes that I made. No variance is required because we're now going back to the old zone change. And I just want to be clear, if there was no zone change, the variance would have been to do setbacks, so that would have been the only reason to have the variance then?
Correct. So this application does not include a variance, but rather it includes a request to change the zone. If no zone change was proposed, then a variance would need to be applied for.
Okay. And because of that, that's why, okay, there's no variance. I just want to get a better of the Old Agoura overlay. So what this is going to do is just remove Old Agoura's regulations, so to speak, on what can be built on the property, the look. I just want to make sure I'm understanding why we would be removing it. I know it, because otherwise it would restrict other uses in the CRS zoning, which we're now going back to, which I would understand why we're doing that. But I just want to make sure really get a better handle on how this is going to affect any neighboring properties by removing that.
Sure. So the Old Agoura overlay is two layers. There's the overlay, and then there's the commercial center within the overlay. The commercial center allows a certain list of uses, and the senior residential care facility is not one of them. So by removing the overlay, it would allow the senior care facility to be considered under a conditional use permit, because the use is conditionally allowed both under the BPOR and the CRS district.
And did I read somewhere that Old Agoura approved the project?
Correct. They provided a letter of support.
That's okay, I read that. Okay. The other question that, and I'm trying to address also some of the letters that we received from the public, to me, is just dealing with traffic mitigation. It's a major corner. People are talking about all the traffic that's being generated by the new apartment building being built west. I mean, I looked at try to look at the traffic studies, but I mean, are we going to be able to reassure the neighbors in the area that we've taken into consideration all of their concerns about, God forbid, if there is a fire, that we're going to be able to, still have roads open, but more importantly also the people who are living in the facility, I'm sure they're not going to be able to drive off on their own. So is there adequate plans? And maybe we'll hear that from the applicant.
Yes, so I'll defer the question about the residential evacuation to the applicant, but as far as the traffic, our traffic engineering consultant is here to answer any questions associated with that.
Okay, most of my other questions will probably be directed afterwards to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stein. And I meant to do this before. Obviously, this is a very, there's a legislative change. It's a different item than we've typically had. So if we could just keep our questions to staff out of the realm of discretion and deliberation, not to say that you didn't, but I just want to make sure all of us are mindful of that for tonight. Commissioner Platzer, do you have any questions of staff?
Has the environmental review and monitoring been completed?
So the final ISMND, or the initial study mitigated negative declaration, is complete. It just requires final action by the city council for it to be adopted.
And you said that Old Agoura Homeowners Association is totally on board with this, correct?
Correct. They're on board with the development and the zone change.
Okay. And can I address the parking and everything else, or should I leave it for the applicant? Okay. Okay. As you may know, I'm a neurologist, and my specialty is dementia, so I go to memory care places. And I'm wondering what percentage of the 76 senior residents qualify as low income or very low income, and does that number go towards the housing needed for the low and very low income housing that we are required for Agoura?
The answer is no, and that's because of the technical meaning of what a dwelling unit actually is. So technically speaking, every unit has to have independent living facilities, and because only 16 of the units have kitchenettes, there may be an argument to be made that 16 units could count towards our arena allocation, but they wouldn't be low income, and we have already met our total number of arena allocation, which means it's, since we've met our total arena allocation, rather not put up the fight for those 16 units. So.
Okay, because most seniors, there's a large percentage that are poor. And memory clinics can cost anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a month. And unless they have long-term insurance, most people cannot afford that. And the 27 parking spaces may comply, but if does that include the workers and those residents that can drive and guests? It seems a little inadequate.
So the zoning ordinance requires 1 stall per 5 beds. The requirement based off of that would be 15 parking stalls. The applicant is providing more than the 15 with 27.
It still seems a little low with workers and guests and those that drive, so I'm just throwing it out there. And I read the letters on how we're going to maintain the historic, quaint quality and lifestyle of Agoura Road, especially with the larger project down the road. So I'm just throwing it out. And does this affect or any future developments that may request the same thing?
So are you, in terms of the legislative action, it wouldn't have any impact on future requests of similar actions because you look at each request individually. So if you're asking about a precedence, it wouldn't necessarily set a precedence. We have to look at each application individually.
Okay. And my concern again is parking overflow. So if there is not enough parking spaces, there will be overflow on Agoura Road or Chesbrough. I'm going to move on to, someone else can move on.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Platzer. Commissioner Sharon, do you have questions of staff tonight?
Hi, yes. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions that were answered. So just to be clear, the 76 units proposed won't actually go towards the livable units that the housing element requires, correct? That's what,
That's correct. And then I'll also just add, there is a bill currently in the legislature that is considering adding senior living facilities. It just hasn't been adopted yet, and even if it were adopted, it wouldn't go into effect until the 7th cycle. So as of the last time we analyzed it, these units would not count towards the RENA.
okay. So the driveway that's proposed on Chesbro, it's on a short, busy street. Are there going to be any restrictions, left-hand turn, like restricting left-hand turns? I know the commission approved a project across the street with basically a driveway facing that driveway, essentially. So now we have 2 new driveways coming into the same very small street, very busy street, tight street. It's very narrow as well, especially when we have cars parked on both sides. So will there be any restrictions with that parking, with that entering or exiting the lot?
Yes. Yeah, the short answer is yes. Left turns in and out of that driveway will be restricted. So people can make a right turn in coming from the freeway, and then they can make a right turn out onto Chesbro.
All right. Now, so I guess when I'm thinking about the fact that we approved a project across the street, this project is up for approval, and we have the Regency Center also being built. Are we going to need to put a light in at Palacomito and Chesbro? Like once all these projects are developed, are we going to have to put a light at Agoura Road as well? You know, we're starting to change the makeup of the area. And I mean, I remember, you know, when we didn't have lights on the off ramp, and we didn't have, you know, like, then are we going to have a light at the freeway on ramp, off ramp, down below at Chesbro? So I'm just kind of wondering what the physical impacts will be for our community if we put such a big project forward. Plus, we already have 2 other projects that feed these traffic ways. So I'm a little curious about what the plan is. Are we going to have to, like what's the far-sighted approach?
So the question of whether a traffic signal would be warranted at any location, either at Agoura and Chesbro or at Chesbro and Palacomito, typically gets evaluated on a project-by-project basis. In this case, due to the peak hour number of trips, it's only 5 in the AM peak hour and 14 in the PM peak hour. So the threshold to do a thorough level of service study was not met. And the project's impact to those 2 intersections would not cause the need for a signal. Since you mentioned a couple other projects, I think the office building across the street similarly is a pretty low peak hour number of trips. Regency, of course, is a bigger project, but being a little further from the intersection, only a portion of those trips would come all the way to these 2 intersections. But bigger picture, the existing volumes are not quite, would not meet the warrant for a signal at those 2 intersections I noted, both in existing and in the future condition with those 3 and other approved development projects.
Okay, so there's no way of knowing now if these projects would trigger more development in the future or not.
Based on existing volumes and the 3 development projects you noted, the future volumes with those would not warrant a signal based on the volume forecasts.
Understood. So I did notice on the in the proposal that or the application, I guess, the FAR, the maximum FAR allowed is and floor area ratio allowed is 0.25, given the slope. But this project was has a .59, which is more than double the maximum allowed FAR. So I know it was approved by at the discretion of the development director, but that's more than double. So, you know, one question being, you know, that seems excessive, and then you know, is it justified? But on the second hand, do we have any guardrails around, you know, any development director kind of just approving anything at their discretion, because that's the language, because it exceeds the maximum FAR?
So Katrina, if you could move to that slide that shows the lot. So there's just a few different points on this subject. The first is that were this lot not a hillside lot, there would be no FAR requirement. So if there were just CRS zoning district, there essentially would not be a need to even evaluate FAR in the first place. This particular lot is 12% slope, so it meets the technical definition of hillside. So our kind of role as staff and as the previous community development director, our role is to kind of interpret the purpose of the hillside zoning ordinance. And if you look at the intent and purpose of the hillside ordinance, if you can imagine a hillside lot, the purpose is to have development be settled lower on the hillside. And that is kind of the reason for the reduction in floor area that you kind of see within the hillside ordinance. And that section that allows an exemption for concave lots, if you think about it, if you're looking at the lot right here for a concave lot here, if you just imagine that the lot didn't have that divot, you can kind of see that it would be a flat lot because it wouldn't have those contours going down in the middle. And so the purpose of that particular provision in the ordinance is to essentially exempt these sorts of lots, because the main purpose was to protect the hillside, but this concave lot, it meets the definition, but it isn't really a hillside if you think about it. So that's really the main purpose of that exemption. And so if you're looking at this lot from this angle, you can kind of see why that exists.
I understand that. I think I guess I'm a little confused because the FAR is there to protect the hillside, and I find that this project is pushed into the hillside. So I don't see that it's serving that purpose.
I mean, that's fair. So basically the director makes that determination. The planning commission does have the ability to kind of override that or say that they don't agree with the planning director's determination.
Understood. Thank you for that explanation as well. I have to say, my note here, literally, the story poles look huge. They really do. And I live in Old Agoura. I love Old Agoura. I passed the project on the way here right now. They look really, really big. You know, we were talking about the story poles earlier, and you had mentioned that there were flags on them. There's no flags on them that indicate where the building will actually be. So I just they're quite like overpowering, and I have so I just have that note here. I'm getting into deliberation territory, so I don't want to keep going on there, but I'll move on. So is there any reason why the Old Agoura overlay would not establish senior care facilities as one of the 111 approved businesses in the overlay district, Old Agoura Overlay Business District?
So if you look at the list, the permitted use list of the commercial area and the intent of the Old Agoura overlay, it was mainly to focus on smaller commercial retail and no residential. So which is why there's also no allowed residential uses in the commercial area, which is why the senior care facility was also excluded from the allowed uses in the overlay.
Okay, so the Old Agoura Overlay Business Corridor is really intended for mom and pop shops. You know, my son's barber's in that district. I get my tires done at Tire Man, and so I understand the intention. So so is that the reason we're looking to rezone, so that we can bring something more, almost institutionalized into that district?
Correct. So it would allow, if it's removed from the overlay, the residential care facility use would then be permitted on that site.
Thank you. How many 46,000 square foot residential buildings do we have in Agoura right now?
As I mentioned during our discussion earlier, there is a slew of different multifamily residential. As Robbie mentioned, the Regency is about 300,000 square feet. You have Meadowbrook, which is another senior care facility. I don't know the exact square footage of that building, but then you also have the Oakmont, which is the other senior care facility on the north side of Canwood. And that floor area is more or less about 70 to 80,000 square feet as well.
And do you know their occupancy rate at all?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. I'm curious to know if they're fully occupied or not, or vacant or whatnot. I have no idea. And are there any 46,000 square foot, well, never mind. I have some questions for the applicant here, so I'm just kind of getting past them. Apologize for the pause. Okay. So if we strip back the Old Agoura overlay zoning, what stops them from saying, oh, we're actually not going to move forward with this project, but we actually want to build something else now that we don't have these restrictions, or even sell the property, and now some new developer comes in and builds whatever they want and scraps their entire idea because we've changed the zoning? Are there any restrictions around anything that I mentioned?
You would look at that project anew. So you would essentially do the same thing that we're doing here, just without the legislative action. So it would have already been rezoned, so then they would be allowed to have whatever uses are allowed in the CRS zoning district, but they would still have to do environmental review and all other required permits, and would likely come back to the Planning Commission.
But it would be rezoned essentially, and so we would no longer have an Old Agoura overlay over that lot, and there's kind of free use within the zoning, the new zoning restrictions, to build whatever they would like. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say whatever they would like. I would say whatever is allowed in the CRS zoning district, but yes.
Okay. So my line of questioning for that is a little, we approved a project across the street and now it's for sale. And so, and we got a very heartwarming, heartstring, I want to build in this community kind of speech from that developer. And so and then it got sold, or it's up for sale, or maybe it got sold, I don't know. But, so I'm just concerned that we will forever change Old Agoura overlay, but then have a we don't know what will come. This might be built, this might not be built. So I'm a little, that's in the back of my mind about the rezone.
Commissioner Sharon, if I may, let's refrain
Okay.
from deliberation. Thank you.
Yeah. If the Old Agoura overlay is removed, are there different, well, does the Old Agoura overlay have different lighting requirements than the proposed project?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, does the Old Agoura overlay have different lighting requirements than the proposed project?
So the old Agoura sign lighting district is specific in that, the preference is halo lighting. Obviously, there are ways to achieve minimal lighting through adjustment of the luminaires. This project proposes 3,000 Kelvin, which is a semi-warm temperature. And for the size of the project, it would be minimal enough, but still enough to provide security and adequate lighting for the residences.
And does the Old Agoura overlay business district have restrictions on the Kelvin? So this is, you said 3,000 Kelvin. So are there restrictions on the Kelvin levels?
Not for lighting, for light fixtures itself. There are restrictions for signs.
Okay. And is there any proposal for a sign at this moment?
So this permit will not include a sign permit. The applicant would need to apply separately for a sign permit, but that would be done ministerially.
And and if they did that, would they be held to the Old Agoura sign requirements, or no, because they're no longer in the Old Agoura overlay?
They would not be held to those standards.
Got it. Okay. Okay. That's all I have for now. But I may ask a few more questions if my fellow commissioners spark a thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sharon. I will now defer to Vice Chair Reinhardt for any questions of staff.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for a extensive presentation. And I know that there are a lot of passionate opinions, and this is an interesting proposal, to say the least, without editorializing yet. So I do have kind of a litany of questions, and I might defer some of them until after the applicant's presentation, because again, I want to understand all sides of what's going on. And some of the things that have kind of popped up with the supplemental materials that we received and also through staff presentation is, I guess my first, and it may be a stupid question, I'm not sure, but with the Old Agoura overlay, I have a huge concern with taking away, with stripping a specific parcel of land out of, what was already determined as part of, the general plan to be part of the Old Agoura business district, and it being just for that particular property. And I know it's that we make things by a case-by-case basis, but my question regarding this is, if this type of business is not allowed in that commercial, Old Agoura commercial designated zone, what is there, instead of stripping that zone legislatively, there is not any sort of path where the applicant could have, asked for some sort of dispensation under that, or variance under the, existing general plan?
So there are no variances that can be applied for when it comes to uses. In the first pre-screen for the zone change, the staff presented two options to City Council. One of them was to add the residential care facility use to the Old Agoura overlay, and the other was to remove the site from the Old Agoura overlay. The preference by the City Council was to remove the site from the Old Agoura overlay because they didn't want to set a precedent for the commercial center to have a senior care facility.
Okay, that's an interesting way of putting it, I guess. That's an interesting way of looking at the problem. The other, I guess, large concern that I had some questions on. I'm going to put Matt in the hot seat a little bit here on the car trips, and so my apologies on that. But you know, echoing back to some of the earlier comments Commissioner Sharon made regarding the office project that we approved last year. And again, I know that we look at everything separately, but also our job is to look at the impact of the neighborhood and the city overall. The math isn't mathing to me on the car trips. So could you please go into that a little bit more? Because the idea that you have a 74-person residency, right? And these are, folks that need a lot of support. With the staff to resident ratio, none of this is adding up to me. So if you could kind of go into that a little bit more, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So yeah, as you noted, there's 76 units, I believe, and then 21 employees per plan to work here. The trip generation rate is based on the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers manual, which surveyed many similar sites around the country. And based on this type of site, many residents don't use cars. A few may, but majority don't. So trips will be made by residents, by visitors visiting the residents, and by employees. So as I mentioned, the AM peak, it's only 5 trips. That's a function of residents probably wouldn't choose the peak hour to make their trips. And employees would be, their staffing plan would have them arriving before or after the peak hours. And then in the PM peak hour, it's 14, and that's 7 trips arriving and 7 departing. So it may feel quite low, but just these people that would live here, it's very different than people living in a house where they're much more mobile and making several trips a day in their car. So these people would be much more stationary.
I mean, I understand that the 76 residents typically are not going to be running out to Starbucks, at 10 a.m. For fun. I fully get that, but the idea that if you're going to have 21 full-time staff for 76 residents, right? And now is that 21 staff like at all times? And I'm sorry, that's a question, that's probably a question for the applicant. But the other thing that the car trips weren't really making sense to me on is, does this account for commercial deliveries? Does this account for emergency vehicle? Again, if it's a assisted living facility, there's probably going to be a larger support needed as far as medical services or emergency care, that type of thing. Are those things taken into account with this traffic survey?
Yes. So the trip generation rates are based on the similar sites, and at those sites, the driveways would have been surveyed to see all vehicles coming and going, and that's vehicles by employees, residents, or deliveries being made. So it should be inclusive of all delivery trips as well. Okay,
thank you. I appreciate that. Katrina, I might have a couple more questions for you, and I think this might relate a little bit to the traffic issue. So with with the, two, entrance and exit points, on the property, one of them being mainly on, Chesbro and the other one on Agoura Road. One of the concerns I have is, and forgive me because I always blank when I'm speaking on the name of the side street that services down to the freeway. What's that? Palo Comado. See, I always think of Palo Comado being on the other side of the freeway, so that's where I get slipped up. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. So with Palo Comado being kind of the main, I guess, evacuation point onto the freeway, if there were an emergency in that area, there isn't really any sort of emergency egress, area based in there. They would still have to go down the, Palo Comado, straight. So I'm just wondering about that since the back of the property does abut Palo Comado.
So in an emergency, so in standard conditions on the Chesbro, Palo Comado side, drivers would have to make a right turn out. In an emergency vehicle would be permitted to make a left turn out and go directly onto the freeway if necessary. Does that answer your question? I think so. During, the city's evacuation plan does include residents from further afield traveling on Agoura, turning onto Chesbro, and then turning down Palo Comado down to the freeway ramp. Mm-hmm. So could you restate what your question?
It's I guess the ingress and egress points for the property and seem a little tricky based on if there needed to be a quick evacuation of those residents during an emergency. So working, and I know that city works, tirelessly with, other agencies to make sure that those things are addressed, but it just seems a little clunky in this proposal.
I think so. The Agoura Road driveway is like a pretty ideal driveway. It's a straight road there, so very good visibility. The Chesbro is a horizontal and vertical curvature, but again, in an emergency, and I think we'll hear more from the applicant, but it's really an ideal location being so close to the freeway because you have a group of vulnerable population and they're very close to the ultimate destination of where they would need to evacuate to. So,
with that though, it does that could impact, or could you talk about the impact of the neighboring communities, because there is a one-way street that exits almost exactly onto that intersection and where this proposed project would be.
I think, like in an evacuation, every driveway would need to, residents would need to turn from their driveway onto the street. And so through traffic on the street would have to leave a gap and allow people to exit. So when the when the bus that would, or the shuttle that would be evacuating the residents would just have to turn onto the street when there's a gap in evacuating traffic.
Okay. Sort of answered my question, and again, I appreciate it. I know I have a lot of questions related to that. So, Katrina, the renderings that were provided, to us prior to the meeting, did those come from the applicant?
Are you referring to the renderings that I showed on my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I guess I'll defer some of those questions to the applicant. And then echoing some of the questions regarding light pollution. So currently the Old Agoura commercial overlay is more restrictive regarding lighting.
Sign lighting.
Only sign lighting, not actual commercial lighting.
Correct.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit more about the mitigation monitoring programs that staff was recommending and the, I guess, enforcement triggers?
Yeah, so when you do an environmental document, you have different issue areas, and then you have to determine whether or not it would have a significant impact or not. There's 4 categories. There's significant, potentially significant, if not mitigated, insignificant, and no impact. So when you go down those issue area impacts, there's very objective thresholds where you have to kind of look at it and determine whether or not there could or could not be a potentially significant impact. I think one that was brought up in one of the comments was bird nesting. So that's just an example of one. This particular site is not likely to have nesting birds because it doesn't have very much native vegetation on it, but there's always that possibility on really any vacant site. So really on any vacant site, it could be looked at as potentially significant if not mitigated. So that particular mitigation would be applicant shall provide a pre-construction biological survey to confirm that there's no nesting birds on the site, in which case there would be no impact because you would know that they're not impacting those nesting birds. Hopefully that answers this question.
Yes, thank you, Robbie, appreciate it. I think I'm going to defer any questions until after the applicant's presentation. Thank you, staff. I appreciate all your answers.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Reinhardt. I will answer some questions, and I'm assuming there will be further follow-up from my fellow commissioners. What's up? I might answer some questions, but I'm also going to ask them. I'm going to start with the general plan. When was the last time the general plan was amended?
I believe it was amended this year. I can't remember if it was this year or last year, but there was a large one to address the AVSP update, the mobility section, and then there was also a general plan amendment for the safety element as well before that, or safety element and housing element in 2022.
Okay, and then the pre-clearance meetings that occurred with City Council prior to the general plan amendment in either last year or the year before, would there have been any consideration of what was thought of as the project then and what the general plan was at that point versus what it had been amended to thereafter? If that question doesn't make sense, I'm happy to reframe it.
Sure. So I guess when you take a legislative action for a pre-screen, what you're really, the purpose of the pre-screen really is what I should start with, is so that the applicant can kind of get a sense of what the decision makers think of the legislative action before they go and spend a whole bunch of money putting together all the application materials and submitting the application, so that they have some sort of idea of where the project is going to go before they submit and spend a lot of money. So that's kind of the purpose of it, and as part of that pre-screen, the decision makers, they look at the current general plan, the goals and policies, what the city is trying to accomplish as part of their land use goals and objectives, housing element goals and objectives, land use goals and objectives, the objectives of the overlay districts individually, the best use of the property that's going forward, and whether or not those legislative changes make sense within the context of the property. So all of that goes into it, and so that was the purpose of those 2 pre-screen meetings, because then they get a sense of what the city council is looking for when they're presenting their project, and that's actually why there was 2, because they made initial changes because of their first pre-screen meeting, made those changes, came back to the second meeting, and so that was kind of the purpose.
Thank you for that. That was comprehensive. Is it fair to say that the general plan amendments that have happened as thereafter the pre-screens, is it fair to say that there's material changes to what the city was considering in our overlay districts within the general plan, and that might have changed how the then council would have deliberated over the pre-screen process?
The goals and objectives that are the subject of tonight's application and hearing have not changed as a part of the general plan amendments that occurred in 2022 and in 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the complication of this is when you look at the project, we're looking at it from, like, we've got the old Agoura overlay, we've got the CSR overlay, we've got the commercial districts, we've got the freeway corridor. So I think we have to extrapolate like what we're actually considering. I think where I'm struggling as a commissioner is understanding, the protections that were put in place from multiple overlays that are now going to be removed. So I'm going to speak to a few of those and understand how staff actually thinks that this is commensurate with what the city's goals are within the general plan. So first and foremost, from the perspective of like a senior care facility, senior care facilities are encouraged, according to our land use goal 18.7, encourage the development of senior daycare facilities, assisted living facilities, hospice childcare, and other facilities in appropriate areas throughout the city. If these areas weren't deemed appropriate in the past, what has fundamentally changed from the city's perspective with regard to what our general plan states that we now deem this to be something that's an appropriate use for this area now?
So, I can't speak for the decision makers at the time that put that district on the property. So all we can really do is kind of look at our land use goals and objectives currently, what we think the best use of that property would be at this point in time, what are the goals and objectives of the Old Agoura overlay, what are the goals and objectives of the CRS zoning district, looking at whether or not this particular development and application is suitable for this particular property compared to what else might be proposed, whether we can make the required findings and objective findings. And so after reviewing all that information against the findings, after going to the pre-screen, I would just defer you to the resolutions to see kind of what staff has written as our recommendation. And really, it is an infill lot with development around all sides. And so this legislative action from staff's view is just what do we think is the best and most productive use of the lot, and what use would benefit the community the best.
Appreciate that. I think to answer your question in terms of why in 2009 it was considered and the overlay was extended to that, according to our general plan land use goal 4.11, plans for cohesive development, encourages the use of specific plans and other master planning and regulatory documents as a tool to implement general plan policies for cohesive, coordinated development in high-profile areas of the community. So I think that probably is why it was considered, because if you look at the intersections and how it's intersected as a, with all the parcels and everything, there is continuity within what is currently in the OR overlay versus this now would extract just one corner of that overlay and apply it to other overlays that are distinctly different and not part of that one contiguous zone. So I do think that is something we should consider as a conversation. I have some other questions. In our care facilities consideration in our general plan, LU 18.7, we encourage the development of senior daycare facilities. Sorry, wrong one. LU 7.3 for senior housing. So I know there was a consideration about the discussion of what this means from a housing perspective. So we encourage the development of senior housing in neighborhoods that is accessible to commercial services, health and community facilities, and public transit. Could we pull back up the proposed lot and what the associated uses are around it right now? Awesome, thank you very much. So as a point of consideration, would we consider an auto repair site a health or community facility that a senior might want to go to?
I would say no, but again, this is in terms of the legislative action. I would just encourage you to think of what the vision of that Old Agoura overlay is and what we're envisioning for that land use designation in particular. Also for the development consideration for surrounding uses, but to answer your question, no.
So, well, I mean, the reason why I'm asking is because actually what's before us tonight is to remove the Old Agoura overlay district designation. And so we have to apply the logic that if this is senior housing, et cetera, we should look at its compatible uses with the other developments and other properties around it. And I am failing to see how there's other commercial services here that would apply to a senior memory care facility. I fail to see how there's health and community facilities that apply here that would be applicable to the use of the public good around, i.e. like a senior care facility that has a community center, et cetera. And I'm not entirely certain that I see public transit being a viable option here either, which is something that I also think conflicts with the general plan, which is, aims to encourage multiple use factors and form factors for our residents. And so I'm failing to understand how we think this comports with the general plan on many different fronts. And so I guess my question is open-ended. I'm having a hard time understanding how these mirror the goals of the city.
Just for clarification, so for the legislative action, it would be on the Planning Commission to decide whether or not you find it's consistent. It sounds like if you are disagreeing with staff's recommendation, that's fine, as long as we have a basis for you to understand why you have the disagreement and why you think it's inconsistent.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on then, how many senior facilities do we have in Agoura Hills right now? Yeah, more rough, roughly apply kind of the same tone of this project.
I believe there's about two.
About?
At least two.
At least two? And how many potential uses are there for the site today? If nothing happens tonight, how many different uses could be applied to the site right now?
Hard to count, but it's a lot.
There's so under the Old Agoura Commercial Center, there is 111 uses that could potentially.
Of the 111 uses that are potentially allowable within the Old Agoura overlay district, how many of them just don't exist right now?
A lot of them.
A lot of them? Okay. So do we think that including an additional senior housing facility in the city encourages diversity when there's potentially upwards to hundreds of potential use cases for the site, many of which are not currently in the zone as it is today? So does that encourage diversity of uses within our business corridors in our city?
So one of the things that should also be considered is that the uses that are in the Old Agoura overlay are also non-conforming to what is actually listed in the allowed uses. So that's also something that should be considered.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions on the parking analysis. Obviously, as I mentioned too, we have to kind of extrapolate what we're, if we're approving the final product, like what is applicable versus what would be applicable under certain other considerations. Obviously, again, the overlay districts that apply to it right now, they have got, site considerations. And so I think one of the things that we haven't discussed at length tonight is site visibility, what it means to our corridor that is, the city's goal is to have these corridors be gateway to the Santa Monica Mountains. Like, what does that mean to build the site in consideration of that? If someone's going to be coming off the freeway and driving up that hill, the facility is going to be pretty large and overbearing from their viewpoint. So I just want to understand how we looked at that in conjunction with what our, our freeway corridor overlay, which would still be applicable. Curious to know how we think about this as a gateway of our community.
So if you're standing right in front of really any building in the city, any two-story building, it's going to obscure the path of whatever is in front of it. So if you're driving down Palo Camado Road for the vast majority of the length of Palo Camado, the project site would not obscure your view of Ladyface Mountain. Granted, if you're standing right on the edge of Chesborough Road and looking directly at the building, it would. So that's just something I'll point out. And we don't have within the city specifically designated viewing corridors within the general plan. So it's really determining whether the project meets the objective standards, why the objective standards are there, whether it be height limit, setbacks, and such as this, why the development is appropriate or isn't appropriate for the site in terms of those particular standards, as well as the legislative change that would move those setbacks. So,
Appreciate that. On the differentiation of districts, which would be land use item number 12.5, we're supposed to establish and maintain distinct identities for commercial districts, differentiating neighborhood shopping center and retail service centers by corridor use, scale, form, development, et cetera. Can you help me understand how this project achieves that goal?
can you please restate the goal again?
It would be land use, within the general plan, it would be land use 12.5, differentiation of districts.
And again, I would encourage you to just defer to the findings in the resolution.
Okay.
And if you can come to different determinations and different findings, then I would do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. What are the goals of our cities to have public and quasi-public uses which support resident needs? I've got a twofold kind of question here. One, I think the intent of that is to encourage development of uses within the city that encourage broad participation of our community within that use case. Based off of what I've already heard, and I'm eager to hear from the applicant as well, that doesn't necessarily seem like what's being proposed here. That is, by the way, one of the findings. And so if you can speak a little bit to how this is a public and quasi-public use that supports our residents' needs. And then as a secondary to that, from the parking consideration, if this is really going to be marketed and geared toward the senior population, I know throughout the staff report you refer to our aging population in the city, and that's why this is going to be somewhat of a public benefit. I fail to understand how 27 parking spots, even with the delta of some of the staff being there. I mean, that's less than, 10% of the residents being able to be visited by their family on a daily basis within our own community. I don't understand how that comports with what the goals of the project are, or how this is being defined as a quasi-public, public or quasi-public use for our residents' needs.
So I'll defer to housing program number 15, housing opportunities for persons living with disabilities. The city is, I think it says in the staff report, approximately 23% senior, and only aging more rapidly as baby boomers tend to retire. Mm-hmm. So that particular community is going to have more and more need for these types of facilities. And so in that sense, this sort of facility would allow those aging members of the community to stay within the community. So that's one thing. It's encouraged by housing program number 15, which is encouraging housing opportunities for persons living with disabilities. In terms of the rest of your questions, I'll again defer to the resolution and the findings, and if you can come to a different determination based on those objective findings. Sorry, I just remembered the other portion of your question, which was the parking. Staff is only able to analyze the project against the objective standards that are in the municipal code. The project provides a lot more than actually is what is required in the municipal code. So when we're evaluating the findings, it's whether or not it can meet the land use objectives and the findings that are established by the municipal code for given uses. and objective facts, which are our traffic engineer stated also. There's been a lot of studies in the ITE manual that these parking counts are based off of, and so staff just has to do our due diligence based on those objective facts and nothing beyond that.
I appreciate that. And have we surveyed our community, particularly our senior citizens, to understand that this is a need that they've asked for in our community?
So we wouldn't do that as part of a private development. So I would again just yeah. So our focus is on whether or not this particular project meets those findings for a legislative action, whether we think it's good for the property, and then beyond that legislative action, whether it meets the intent of the code. Yeah. And,
Yeah. And a few more last questions then. So to be clear, this project as it's proposed to us is technically not housing, is that correct?
it technically is housing, they just don't count as units under the regional housing needs allocation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when we do our report to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, we'll be able to put this on our report and say, hey, look at the ways that we are furthering program number 15. We just wouldn't be able to add it to our regional housing needs allocation count towards the 318 total units that we're counting towards our RENA.
And to be clear, we've already met those RENA numbers. So this is not something that, even if it comes as a backfill later down the road when that legislative action happens in Sacramento, this doesn't get us over that threshold that we need to be compliant with the state laws. Is that correct?
That's correct. It
Okay.
would, even if we got 16 units out of this, it would be market rate.
Great. I'll hold the rest of my questions for the applicant, and I want to defer. I'm sure there's some follow-up questions from my fellow commissioners, if there are. Commissioner Stein, do you have any follow-up questions for staff?
Yes, I just have a few more clarifications now. So looking at the project site, there's a bunch of smaller lots on Agoura Road, and then the larger part is more on Chesbro. I guess the applicant has owned the property since 2009. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there been any other uses that were requested and then were denied? Because I'm not aware of those. So I just want to know whether or not anybody, I know they came in 2009 and asked for a medical center, and that was approved, but never went forward. So to me, part of this was back in 2009. I just want to be clear that the medical building was approved, but the applicant, and I'll ask the applicant, but so he'll know the answer, but was that just approved, but it was not a senior care facility? I just want to make sure I understand the different use between a medical building and now the senior care facility.
So going to your first question, I'm not off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any other uses that were proposed or approved prior to 2009. The medical office use and the senior care facility use are two different uses, but they are allowed in the CRS and the BPOR. Medical office uses are also allowed in the Old Agoura Commercial Center. So at the time, there was no need to remove the site from the Old Agoura overlay. And that previous approval for that building was about 40,000 square feet, and what's proposed now is 46,000 square feet. So they're somewhat equivalent in size.
So the general plan amendment now, how I understand it, seeks to revert back to its pre-2009 general plan designation of CRS, but wants to remove the Old Agoura overlay.
Correct.
And listening to my other commissioners, so I just want to be clear, because it does concern me, if we do remove the Old Agoura overlay, and then this development doesn't go through like it didn't go through in 2009, what have we, I just want to make sure what exposure have we opened up to the city, And the only difference is just certain uses that would be still allowed. I mean, there's 111 uses, so I'm not sure what we're removing or really allowing. I just want to make sure what use would we be allowing other than a senior care if the project did not go through and there was still an overlay.
I wouldn't say that you would be in danger for denying, recommending denial. I would just always basing your opinions based on, or not opinions, basing your deliberations based on the findings, whether or not you can meet those findings that are in the code and in the resolutions, and just basing everything off of that. Again, there's a legislative action, which there is a lot of discretion towards whether or not you think that legislative action is appropriate for the area and the city's land use goals. And then there's the actual development, which is based on the objective standards in the municipal code.
And I just want to make sure also, when this is legislative, so we're making a recommendation, but it's really up to the city council to make sure that this is meeting their ideas of what the future development of the city would be.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the only other question, we really didn't talk too much about the mitigated declaration, environmental. I'm assuming that we will make sure that there's significant oversight of anything that goes on. Little I read, I think we will be protecting the city if there's any cultural, objects that are found or anything like that. But I'm assuming that we're well protected from that perspective.
Yes, all of the mitigation measures in terms of tribal cultural resources and archaeological resources, they're fairly standard, and we apply them to just about any project that is doing grading. So it's actually, we're complying essentially with federal and state law by having those monitors out there.
I'll leave most of my questions.
I will add that compliance with mitigation is part of the conditions of approval for the project.
A lot of my questions will be for the applicant.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stein. Any further questions from commissioners? Commissioner Platzer.
What are the lighting standards right now in that area?
There's no specific lighting standards in the Old Agoura overlay. The only specific standards relate to signs in the Old Agoura area. So the lighting standards for this particular project would defer to the overall arching regulations of the city, which is a maximum of 16-foot tall light poles. The general standard of lights being pointed down, not directed towards any adjacent lights, and keep it as a neutral or a warmer tone to accommodate for the wildlife that may be in the area.
So is it shielded?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Platzer. Commissioner Sharon.
Hi, hi again. I was curious when the Old Agoura HOA approved the project. When did they submit the letter? Was it recent or was it?
So the letter was given to us in 2021. The project at the time remains the same. The size of the building is the same. The layout of the building is the same. And the requested legislative changes were also the same in 2021.
Okay. And going back to the FAR, the floor area ratio, are most commercial buildings, two-story buildings in Agoura greater than the FAR max of 0.25?
You said Old Agoura or?
No, in Agoura.
So as Robbie mentioned, general flat commercial buildings don't require an analysis on the FAR, but rather they're regulated by building height, which is based on the zoning, and the lot coverage.
Got it. Okay.
And I'll just add, so if you look at the screen right now and you look at all the those properties for that CRS FCOA, the vast majority of those properties would not even have an FAR requirement because they're on flat property.
Okay.
And then just in addition to the reason why the FAR typically applies to commercial is because it's a good standard to regulate mass and bulk for commercial uses, because commercial uses, they monetize all of that space. But in terms of a residential facility that's 2 stories, we tend to use height, setbacks, things like that to regulate.
I'm curious why this is considered a residential, like a residential and not a commercial space, only because it's like it's a business. Developers are coming in, they're going to charge people money, taxes will be collected, stuff like that. So why is this considered residential versus commercial?
Because it's rent. So people there are tenants. They're essentially they're residing there, and so it's considered a residence.
Okay, and then Matt, I have some follow-up questions. I guess I'm unclear by when you said 5 trips at the peak time hour. Can you elaborate, as someone who does not have a traffic engineering degree? Are you meaning at the peak time of traffic, only 5 cars drive on that road at once?
5 cars would be generated by the property during the peak hour of traffic in the morning. And so that's how ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, estimates trips for probably 400 or 500 different land use types. And so these sites have been surveyed from 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. and then the peak hour. So within that window, that's when the street is the busiest. So how many trips does the property generate?
In addition to what's currently
Right.
there, like at any given time. Okay. Okay, so at 5 o'clock, when 21 people are off and 21 new people show up for their next shift, because I'm assuming it's a 24-hour facility, it only generates 5 additional trips on the roads from that property?
I would like to defer to the applicant on that question because they have a better idea of the hours of all their employees. And again, for this type of facility, it depends on the operator, but they might even have 12-hour shifts. So if they have half of their employees working from 12 to 12 and the other half working from the other 12 to 12, then none of those start and stop would be within peak hours. So it would essentially be 0 for the employees if they are coming and going not within peak hours. So I'll defer to the applicant on that.
Okay. All right, and I think those are my additional questions. I do have some questions for the applicant, but we can, I'm good with the staff questions.
Vice Chair Reinhardt, any further questions?
I don't have any further questions at this time. I'll defer them until after the applicant presentation.
Great. Last chance for staff questions before we continue. Oh, Commissioner Sharon.
Hi. I just, so this project has been proposed since 2001. And the evacuation plan was approved during the application process. Was this project considered during the evacuation plan and with the potential of it being approved?
Short answer is yes. There's a standard there within the environmental document. Just as an example, wildfire is one of the issue areas. One of the objective standards that you look at is whether or not the project would conflict with an existing evacuation plan. And this particular project would not conflict with an evacuation plan. It's not changing the roadway networks. So it would essentially be consistent with it because it doesn't impair it.
All right, that's it.
Thank you very much. Great, moving along then, do any commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose?
Commissioner Stein visited the site multiple times.
Great, thank you very much.
Commissioner Sharon, I drove past the site multiple times from all directions.
Thank you. I assume most of
Yeah.
us have done that, by the way.
Yeah, Commissioner Platts, I've actually walked the site and visited several times.
Great, thank you very much. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
I drove past the site. I did not.
I've obviously driven past the site plenty of times. Great, I will now defer to our applicant. You and your representatives will have a total of 15 minutes for your presentation. Please adjust the microphone. You may come up. Please adjust the microphone and watch the podium lights. Are our lights working, Kimberly? We're back online, perfect. So with that, when the yellow light appears, you will have 1 minute remaining to conclude your remarks. Then the red light will indicate that your time has ended. Before you again begin, please state your name. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Very good, thank you. My name is Bryce Bryan, and I'm one of the owners of the site and one of the developers. And this is Corey Antilla, who some of you may know, who's been helping us with this project for a long time. Way back in 2009, I can't believe it's been almost 15 years since we've been trying to find something appropriate for the community. First of all, I'm a 35-year resident of the Conejo Valley. We have done projects in Calabasas and in Thousand Oaks, and never done one in Agoura, but we've been trying to find something that would be really appropriate for this site. And we thought we had one back in 2009, but after that approval and what we went through with that, it just commercially didn't seem feasible, and there was some community feedback we felt that we wanted to listen to. And what we're trying to do is find something for that project, for the site, that will really fill a need in the community. And although there have been a lot of developments that have put up senior care facilities, a lot of people think, well, gosh, how many do we need? Our research has shown that with the baby boomers, and this was referred to by some of the staff, as we're getting older, there is going to be a great need across our nation, but also here in Agoura, for more beds in these kinds of facilities, especially with the boom in memory care needs. And so we think that this would really fill a need in our community. This is a very small senior care facility compared to most. Most of the operators that we've been in contact with that are very excited about this potential project, they like to have these projects that are, 2-3 times as large. But we really like the character of this. We think it would be an excellent addition and to the community. And I did hear some of the comments about some of the story poles, seeming really big. I did want to point out that when I first saw them, I thought, wow, that looks pretty big. But one of the things that you've got to remember is those story poles, there's 15 feet of fill that's going to come in. So even though they may look pretty large now, when it gets down to a 2-story level, 15 feet is about the size of that beam. That's going to be all dirt fill. So they look pretty big now, but the actual structure will not be quite as imposing as what you see in the story poles. And we asked our story pole contractor to mark a green flag where that finished floor elevation was going to be. And I understand that maybe some of those have blown off. I'm not sure. But I wanted to kind of show, this is not all building. This is, there's going to be a lot of fill. So anyway, first of all, thank you all I can tell you've really looked at this, spent some time on it. I can see your care for our community. We care for the community. Like I said, I've been a resident here for many, many years. Corey was born and raised here in this community. It's something that's important to us. With that, I don't know if we don't have the staff, first of all, we've got a superstar over there in Katrina, who's just done an excellent job. This is a complicated project with all these overlays and different things, and to kind of understand how we fit something that we believe the community really needs into this space on this land that we own. We feel that because of the need that we see in the community based on the research, hopefully it's right, that we think that it is an excellent use. And I know that there are some disparate, not going to be a lot of attendees from our facility, getting their cars fixed because most of them won't be driving. It's a beautiful site. We think it's an appropriate place to have a facility like this. So I don't know if there's any specific questions. I know some of you mentioned you might have questions. Corey has a lot of the technical know-how, and he's put together these plans and done a great job with that. So he can address some of those things. I don't know, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and then specifically to Katrina working the last several years with us on this project. We've been through ARP. We went through 2 pre-screens early on, talking about that 2009 medical office building that had 204 parking spaces on top of a parking structure, which I do want to say that, yes, the medical office building was 40,000 square feet, but that parking structure was 60% lot coverage. So you saw, when you drove up Chesbro, you saw a parking structure, and then you saw a building on top of it. This building that we're proposing is actually, we're bringing down the grade 10 feet lower than what that building was, so that try to mitigate the views as you're coming up. If that medical office building there, you wouldn't see anything. You would see it would look like a 4-story building coming up Chesbro. But thank you again. Any questions, technical questions I can answer?
Great, thank you very much. And real quick, apparently our lights are not working, but at this stage, it sounds like the presentation's concluded, so we'll ask questions when we come back after public comment. You'll have 5 minutes to rebut. Our city clerk will remind you what your time thresholds are when we get there. So anyways, thank you very much for your presentation. Before we move on to any public comment that we may have received tonight, do any commissioners have questions of the applicants? And so after this period, you'll be asked to sit back down. So Commissioner Stein, would you like to start?
So to my understanding, you've owned a property since 2009?
Yeah, before that. I think if I recall, about 2006.
Okay. And then you came before the city to build a medical but decided not to go forward with it. Now you're coming forward, you figured at this time, because of the aging population, I read somewhere where 23% of Agoura Hills is seniors. So part of my concern is, you mentioned you're talking with operators, so you will not be operating this business. You'll just be the landlord. I just want to be clear on that.
Yes, so there are several companies that specialize in operating a facility like this. So we would contract with the actual operators. And so what we are doing is we're getting this entitlement, we'll build the building, and once we get entitled, then we'll enter into our contract with some very excellent operators that know, the ones that we've talked with that have been very interested, are top tier. They've been doing this a long time. They have run beautiful, excellent facilities, and I think it's something that would be great for the community. So they're the ones that go through and work with us to get all of the state approvals. There's an extensive state approval process that we go through. It covers all the things. I know there was some mention about evacuation plans. There's an extensive plan, signs inside the buildings. There's quite a bit of regulatory items that have to be met, and the the three groups that we've been, negotiating with and talking with have, they know exactly, how, everything they need to do to meet all the requirements. And part of that would be evacuating out of the property and so forth.
You're going to develop the property. I used to be a developer, so I know I got construction costs, I got opening costs, but I'm now going to lease it out to an operator. Hypothetically, what happens, if there's just no demand for this? I mean, we can say there's demand today, so it doesn't happen. What can this building then be repurposed to?
Well, if there's no demand, then we've really messed up. But, our research would be completely wrong. I suppose anything can happen. I haven't really thought about that question so much, what that would be. We're pretty confident in what we've seen with the aging population. I think there is a real need for this, and there's going to be a greater need as the population ages even more. So I don't know, Corey, maybe if you want to speak to that. I don't really have an answer for your question right now.
I can say one thing too. I know that early on, I've actually been out to the site, worked on a number of projects in the area, and I've seen other developers look at this specific parcel. And I actually came across over the years two that were looking at the parcel. I just was driving around the area, and they were actually operators of senior care looking at this site. And so that was kind of part of why connecting with Bryce on those individual encounters that I've come across.
Have you done any surveys within Agoura Hills to see what the demand within just our community?
Yes, we have.
And
yes.
What kind of response do you?
We've commissioned a survey, and early on there was a commissioned survey, and my understanding of that result was this is something that is going to be needed here. Now, since that time, there's been another facility that's been put in across the street, but even with the facilities that are here, we feel there's still going to be a great need, and there's going to be even a need for more senior care facilities if the current trend line of senior needs and memory care continue.
And just for my own education, what is this age for a senior to be able to apply for the use, live?
Yeah, I don't think there's a minimum age. I think we are, the typical age is starting at about 60, 65 to, all the way up till very old. But I think you start to see people in these facilities, and around 65 is the starting age.
And with the unit mix and this, I would assume the 16 kitchenettes would probably be people who are just don't want to live in a home anymore, want to be more where they have more of their cares looked after. But what % do you think would be memory care versus just senior care?
I think we have, right now, and it depends on the operator, but the ones that we've spoken to be about 40% memory care, and the remaining would be just residential care.
And I would assume, not to get into minutia, but memory care would be better rent to the operator than if it was just senior care.
I know it's more expensive, and I know, but there's a great need for that kind of care right now.
So we'd be relying, because I've heard a lot of conversation about 27 parking spaces,
yes,
evacuation plans. I mean, are we going to be relying more on the operator to really put together a more specific plan in place, and you're going to rely on the operator to provide that and assure the city that those are being met?
In terms of the actual meeting the regulatory needs, yes, they're going to be putting the specific plan to get the approval together. However, when we've been in doing our diligent research. The numbers that I recall were about 12 staff at any given time. And they typically come in before the rush hour, and they typically leave out after. So you'll see the staff coming in early, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then leaving after 7. So I think the numbers that you're hearing from the traffic planner is taking into account those kind of shift changes, and they're usually outside of the peak traffic times.
And I'm just curious, as the landowner for the 15 years, have you thought about any other use that would work if it wasn't a senior care? I mean, what is your backup plan? Let's say, I'm just curious what that would be, because I'm looking at, they're just vacant property. I would love to see it developed. I'd love to be able to see, our residents being able to, get some, use out of it. But what other plans would you have? I'm just curious.
Right now, we don't have any other plans. That may be short-sighted, but we started with, we operate several medical buildings across Southern California, so we were familiar with that, which is why we came in with the medical idea at first, but found out after we spent a lot of money and got those approvals, we just felt that it wasn't going to be financially viable, and we thought there would be a better use. So we think this is a better use for that area, and we definitely think there's going to be a great need for this facility.
Thank you. I may have further questions, but I'll defer to the other commissioners.
Thank you.
Very much, Commissioner Stein. Commissioner Platzer, do you have questions of our applicant tonight?
I happen to be a neurologist. I'm
Yes.
a dementia expert. I'm one of the oldest, the first practice of Alzheimer's, and there is a need. But my patients cannot afford $5,000 to $10,000 a month. So who's paying for this? Is this long-term insurance, or is this Medicare, Medi-Cal? How many people are going to be in the lower class to be allowed to be in this place?
That's a good question. Yes, most of this is paid for by insurance or people that can afford to do this, but we've also been contacted by some very excellent charities that do help with these kinds of, they sponsor people in these types of facilities. So I thought that was I agree. These can be very expensive. And having a parent myself that went through Alzheimer's, it's a long-term, it can be very long-term, and it can be quite expensive. So if the people don't have insurance, the only answer that I know to your question is in connection with some of the people that we've spoken to, that there are charities that do help people in these kinds of situations.
I'm having a hard time with this because the average citizen in Agoura or senior citizen is not going to be able to live in this place. There's no way. They were going to wind up in an assisted facility or a nursing home and eventually go on Medi-Cal, which is the majority of my patients. So I have difficulty with this. I appreciate that all seniors should be treated that are demented, respectful and good quality of life, but they cannot afford $2,000 to $10,000 a month.
Yeah, and that almost speaks to a bigger problem, societal problem that we have, with this, and there should be something that can help people that have a need for that, in my opinion. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sharon, do you have questions of our applicant tonight?
Yes, hi, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
So I know that there's a need. I know there is an aging population. So both the Oakmont and the Meadowbrook facilities that we have in Agoura right now, they both are memory care facilities. So do you, I asked earlier if we know the occupancy ratio or occupancy rate to that, but do we, within a few miles of each other, having a third memory care facility, is that do you know that there's a demand for that? Do you have, like, what kind of evidence do we have that we can point to that, to add another facility that is going to do the same thing that these other facilities are already doing?
Well, we paid a researcher a lot of money to, to see if this is something that is needed in this community. And we came back and we're pretty confident that this is something that not only is needed here, but when you look at the trend lines of increased memory care need, and it's incredible, and I don't know what's causing it, but there is a need for it. So we're pretty confident that this will be a financial viable project, and especially when we get a top-tier operator on board, and that's, we can't dial that in until we get this kind of complicated project, approved and then, moving forward with it. So we're looking forward to doing that. A lot of interest by the operators. We're talking with 3 very excellent operating groups. And all of them some of them, want a little less memory care, but I think the average is about, they're thinking 40%. And, they can adjust that as well. If the market is something different, I'm sure that we will react.
Okay. And you mentioned a commission survey. Was it in our packet at all? Did you bring it? Do we have that access to?
No, this was a private survey that we did prior to starting the project. I don't know that I can see if we still have it. If we do, I'm happy to provide you a copy of it. But
And that was a survey done with Agoura residents? Agoura Health
yes.
residents? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then I noticed on the map of the project that the generator was going to be to the from the way it was shown a little to the left of the building, and kind of right up against the existing neighbors that are already there. And I know that not this map, but a different one. Right there, that yellow square up there.
Sure.
Now, I know from residential generators that they are very loud. Have you had any conversations with your neighbors who are already operating their business, what it would, like, how they would feel about that? Like, would it be disruptive if they have power, you don't, and your generator kicks on?
Sure. These commercial generators they're insulated foam, they're huge, they're like a tractor trailer type size generator that are all insulated. It's also lowered under the finished surface there, so it's kind of insulated around, and it would only operate in the event of a power outage or something. So there's very little use. They kick on maybe a couple times a year for depending on we're all familiar with the power outages because of the fires, but with the insulation and where it's located and the subsurface design, I think it's going to be pretty minimal, and especially given that it would just run, not very often.
Can I answer one more thing? You asked about the neighbor. Early on when we started this project, I was at the architect for Bruce Albert for the Dorothy buildings down below that we did an adaptive reuse back in 2013 for.
You were the architect on that?
I was the architect on that, and I've actually had one-on-one discussions with Bruce Albert, the owner of that building, about this project before we even came to the first pre-screen. So he had no objection to what we were proposing, including the generator, which is it's more or less a pit. I mean, it's you don't even see it. It's going to be down into, it's like 10, 11 feet down in the ground. So yeah.
And what about the tenants in the building that it butts up to? Do you have
He's had a number of tenants that have short-term or long-term leases. So that I haven't specifically talked to whoever the current tenant is, but he does have a lot of movement in and out of there over the years.
Okay. And have you had any conversations with the neighbors on Agoura Road? and just the impact of.
I was actually also the architect for the small office building on Agoura Road, just to
I like
the
that
west,
office.
the west of that. And when we started this project too, I had spoken to her and her husband about this project coming in. We never got really into the details of it, but just kind of gave her the idea of what might be coming forth at some point.
Okay. And what about the neighbors on the other side of Agoura Road?
No, I have not been involved in them.
All right. Since you've owned the property, I think you said 2006. I think earlier I said
Approximately.
2000 when I meant
Yeah.
2020, but or 2021, and I said 2001. Anyways, since 2006, have you put the lot up for sale at any point, just between then and now?
Not officially. Somebody put a sign up there, and we said, somebody just put their real estate sign, and we said, well, if you want to, try to sell it, and you bring us an offer, fine, So no, but we have not signed an official for lease or for sale.
And
So.
do you have any intention of selling the property?
No.
Okay. I guess, so I was a little surprised when you came up here and started distinguishing yourself between an operator and a developer. And so I think I'm a little confused, and staff, help me out here too. How do we know how much staffing is required and how much, or not required, but like how much staffing there will be, how much foot traffic there will be if technically the applicant is not the person occupying the building?
It's based on the ITE manual, so I'll have Matt.
Yeah, so the ITE manual has surveyed a lot of similar congregate care sites, and so that's where the trip generation numbers come from. And I think I do want to mention that the TIA, the transformation analysis, it mentions 21 employees. It doesn't say full-time, so I think it probably matches your expectation that a couple shifts, it'll be 21 cumulatively. So yeah, it's based on you can rest assured it's based on a number of sites surveyed by ITE to estimate this number of trips based on this number of units.
All right, thank you. And then the rezone in 2009, is there, I'm sorry if I'm repeating a question. I feel like this was asked, but I don't know if it was asked this way, so I'm going to ask it again regardless. I might get the same answer. But so you went from CRS to BP OR, thank you. And then now you're going back to CRS. Is there, I think you asked this, but is there a reason versus like having a variance, and staff ask, you can jump in here, but versus having a variance on the BPOR versus changing it back to what it was before?
Council was presented those options during the pre-screens, and that was the direction that council gave for the direction for the applicant.
Okay, right. Thank you. I think that's all for now. I'm happy to ask questions again later if something arises. And so yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Strode. Vice Chair Reinhardt, do you have questions of our applicant for this evening?
I do, thank you. But before we start with that, you just, of course, opened Pandora's box. I had a question regarding council's recommendation during pre-vet. So was that in like a closed session, or was that a vote?
It's a public meeting. You can actually watch it on our website.
Okay. I apologize that I did not see that in the
okay.
in historical data when I went through the report. But with that, would you be able to cite the vote for that?
It wasn't a vote, it was just general direction, because
Okay.
it was a pre-screen, so informal advice and direction.
Okay, that helps clarify a little bit more. Thank you. Okay. I know you're in the hot seat and we appreciate you, answering, our questions. And,
Of course.
To start, one thing I would like to say is, looking at the property aesthetically, I can tell that you did take a lot of thought and care into working with staff on trying to address some of the, concerns that, comes from working on a project in Agoura and specifically in Old Agoura. I think that you met many of the, things that make a property suitable for Agoura Hills. I don't know that you met all of them. And I mean, and I know I'm stating opinion there. Going back to, the grade and getting things, so that, again, with the story poles, they do look, intimidating from the road. And I understand that there would be grading and that the project would, come about at a lower level than what is illustrated, currently. But some of the things that you've mentioned in the presentation, I guess, are sticking out with that. You're the developer, and you're not the owner operator of the facility in the sense that you will not be operating this memory care facility yourselves. You will basically be building to rent, correct? You don't have any immediate plans to sell the property to one of the operators that you've been discussing this with?
No, we've been negotiating or talking with these groups that we will have a long-term, we're talking 20, 25-year operating agreements where they come in and we pick one of them that we think is the most appropriate or that, we can make the best deal with. They're all top tier, they're excellent. We want somebody excellent. This is our community too.
Right.
And, who knows? We may be in this place at some point, but, it's something that, is very important to us that we get the right person, the right group, to do an excellent job.
Right. So this isn't build to suit, right? So there
No.
has not been an organization or a company or a corporation that's come in and said, this is how, we would envision this particular space.
Well,
This is
they've given
speculative.
No, well, I wouldn't say it's speculative because we've been in contact and speaking with these folks, but, and the feedback has always been, this is way too small. We don't like operating, facilities this small. So we considered, well, maybe you should make it bigger, but it just didn't, the site, I don't think the site supports that, and we like the size of it. There's a, it's small community, and I think it's going to be a special place, and we designed it with that really in mind, of making it a very kind of smaller unit. Some of these are, gigantic facilities that spread over acres, and that's not what our vision was of this.
Right, I can see that. I guess something that, just kind of occurs to me, though, is with the grading and everything, and maybe your architect can speak a little bit more to this. If you were able to, I guess, create more of the optical illusion from Agoura Road that it was a one-story facility from that perspective, I mean, I don't know if that was incredibly cost prohibitive or, you spoke about how the previous building that you proposed, when I saw that, you had subterranean parking, I presumed that that meant that it would have been actually underground, but you're saying that it would have almost been like a 4-story building. So can you speak to maybe why you might not be able to make that a one-story?
So that medical office building was about 28 feet above the highest point of Agoura Road. We're about 18 feet. So 18 feet's about a one-story building from the Agoura Road perspective. Okay. So dropping this 10 feet down gives you that illusion that it is a one-story from Agoura Road.
Okay.
Coming up from Chesbrough, because you're coming down from below, but you have a 2-story building right below us as well. So,
right.
But we are stepping up the site, but we're, from that lower building. But again, it's 10, we're dropping down that finished floor 10 feet from what that medical office building. And the parking structure was semi-subterranean, meaning that 2 of the sides were subterranean, but the other sides were exposed to Dorothy and to Chesborough Road, coming up Chesborough Road.
Right. I know we don't all have Getty money to make the
Yes.
18-layer, parking garage, but
Yes.
one can dream, I guess. So, all right, going back to, I guess, the building and occupancy, questions with that. So, I know you've mentioned that you have some, several interested parties, and you've done a lot of research on this, but some questions I have, and this might be more appropriate for staff, I'm not sure, but, if they are renting this property to, a corporation that is the long-term tenant, is there any permitting from the city on that occupancy that has to occur after this has been approved as a development, or how does that work?
Yeah, the building permit has to be consistent with the entitlements, and then on top of that, there's a very extensive state licensing procedure for these types of facilities.
Okay, and that's where I don't have the, I guess, background on that, so I'm just trying to understand that a little bit. And one of the, I guess, red flags for me was, you said something about 12 staff to 76 residents. Is that the minimum staff to patient ratio, or?
It's a good question. I don't know the exact answer, but that's the number that was explained to me, and I think it depends on also the ratio of memory care versus residential. So if there's more memory care, that number may go up because it's more staff intensive. So I think it's kind of an open question, but that is the number that we were talking about.
Okay, so again, we're in the speculative standpoint of again, the actual usage of the building.
Yeah, I mean, there are state mandated ratios for, staff to, patient care.
Right.
And those differ depending on, the level of help needed.
Right, but staff, there's no local jurisdiction on that, right? That's all state regulated? Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And, one of the things I noticed in the aesthetics was, I know you have to have fencing, that is part of the security of the building, but it's also security for the patients. Can you speak a little bit more to that? Because, as someone who had a grandmother who was in memory care who escaped several times, I want to hear a little bit more about that, because some of my concerns with a facility such as this in this type of location is this area is not supported by a lot of outside facilities where if someone with these types of issues were to, get out and roam, there are really not a lot of safety nets in place for them. There's a lot of rugged terrain. There aren't sidewalks. The lighting in this particular area is, much darker, so that if someone were to go missing, it would be a lot harder to find them. So can you speak to that a little bit more?
So the fencing and the security, the gates that are there would be mandated and operated by the operator but the fencing all of that's regulated by the state. So we've complied to what the state requires in terms of fencing and perimeter fencing, perimeter gates, and whatever security measures or installations of security systems would be in place would be by the operator, and that would be all observed by the state.
Okay, but those additional gates and security measures that would be implemented by your tenant,
Yes.
let's call them
Yes,
the tenant,
the
right?
tenant.
Okay, so if there needed to be additional, gates, or if the state came in and said, I know that you built some of those fences, okay, so here's the question. Some of those fences that you built for security purposes were built to those state mandated requirements, yes?
They would be, and they'd be
Okay.
operated to the state mandated requirements.
So like the fence that you had on the front of the property that faced Agoura Road, that would be built to the state required security requirement.
That's correct. So that when we go to building and safety at the same time for building permits, we would then go to the state with the operator. Operator has to have a whole procedure plan put together of all of their security systems and cameras and alarms, and all of that would go as a separate package, separate than the building and safety and fire department.
Okay, because another concern I have is I don't want this looking like a penitentiary. And
Yeah, we don't.
We don't either.
right, but also
That's why we have a garden.
yeah, but also you know, again, there's a lot of speculation going on with this because you don't have a you know, a set tenant already in place, and you know, that also gives me pause because you know, again, you might have some top tier you know, companies that are interested in this space, but ultimately, you know, you are in a commercial business. You have not had any kind of occupancy on this land for, you know, going on 20 years. And at some point you do need to make money. So what that looks like when it actually gets put into place, you know, is, you know, a little, I guess, again, speculative would be the word I would put in there, you know, that I think we're operating on a lot of, we're changing things, you're proposing to change things legislatively based on a lot of ifs. And a question I'd have for you on that is, you have owned this property for 20 years. And in that time, when the old Agoura commercial overlay was placed in, and again, we go back to, there are 111 businesses that are listed as being qualifying businesses under the old Agoura overlay. I know you are in the business of medical buildings, but why this? Why now? Other than the surveys and the other, you know, elements of your presentation, in the last 20 years, have you not looked at 111 other possible types of businesses that would have qualified?
That's a pretty good question. I
only
don't know if you've stumped me, but
I only ask good questions.
I would just say that I have a particular personal desire for, you know, with a family experience with my own mother and my grandmother that had Alzheimer's. When we, you know, were talking with people that were saying, that were talking about this need, we thought this is a great place for a facility like this. So no, we'd thought of, you know, a few other possibilities, but I probably gravitated toward this use just because of my own experience.
Okay, and I'm going to put you in the hot seat again on a couple of questions. So, you know, again, looking at the location of this property and what you're proposing, which, you know, again, is 76 residents and, you know, 20 something odd staff at, or possibly as few as 12 staff on site at any given time. In, I guess, any sort of facility that would be of this size and scope, and maybe you know a little bit more about the state requirements with this, this property seems like it's an island unto itself. I mean, if we looked at that overlay, right, there are no coffee shops nearby for the staff. There, you know, are no places to have lunch. There, you know, again, there aren't a lot of spots for people to come visit, right? So I'm not seeing the infrastructure in place necessarily to serve the community in the way that you want to, you know, under the goals of your project. So how would you support that staff in that way? You know, not only your staff, but your residents.
Sure. We came up with the idea of 27 parking spots, not because that, you know, only 14 are required, but in talking with, you know, the different operators that we were in discussions with, that was the number that seemed to fit what their experience has been and what they thought the requirements would be. So that didn't, you know, so that's what we were, when we got that feedback, that seemed like a good number. And there were, I think it's kind of gone up and down, and we added a few because we thought, well, if we need a few more. As far as, where the staff can eat, there's a full kitchen on site, there's food there at the facility, break room, and, we do have to drive a bit down the way, but there are places that you can go down Agoura Road and find places to eat. But, so I'd love to have a coffee shop next door, but there's not one there, so.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it. I have one more
you.
question of your architect. So going back to the generator issue, so you're saying that those generators would be, below grade, below street level, as it were. Do you happen to know, like, what the average decibel level of that would be, and what the, I guess, like, outward noise pollution, the projected noise pollution that would be?
There was an acoustical study on that. It's in the staff report. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but yeah, it's in there. And I believe that it was kind of balanced with what the freeway noises were in terms, but the times it would be operating, there's a service operation that happens on a annual, like a quarterly basis, and then there's a emergency operation that would turn on.
Right.
So it's not like a generator rerun all the time. It would just be just for emergencies.
I understand that, but I do know that they can run for extended periods of time, so I just wondered if that had been.
Yeah, I'm recalling that it was based on, they looked at the decibels from the freeway generating noise, and it's equivalent, if not less.
Okay. I ask this as someone who has worked in an office building that is in the high fire zone and has had the power turned off and had the generators running for 2-3 weeks at a time. So.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. I will defer any other questions until after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for being here. One of my questions, I think you've heard us kind of dance around the evacuation and fire kind of considerations. I happened to look up a state bill that was recently passed in law by Governor Newsom, SB 582, which actually concerns healthcare facilities, particularly related to senior facilities and what was experienced in Altadena and the Palisades. It appears from my read of this is that the triggering effects and kind of the layers of approval process to get the site compliant have expanded greatly. So I know when you originally applied for this, this law obviously hadn't been passed, hadn't even been conceived of, given the fact that the fires hadn't occurred. This wouldn't be applicable until presumably like most laws in the state of California, until the new year. So I do think I echo my fellow commissioners' concerns around, there is a big what if with the project, which is if we give you an entitlement to remove the zone, we're still requiring future outside bodies to decide that this is that the plans that you would submit are appropriate, or that your tenant would submit are appropriate. So I think this is like a major sticking point for us. So if you could please explicitly tell us how this is going to comply with the state laws, how this is going to pass those regulatory pathways, because removing, when I think about and I think about rights of us as citizens and et cetera, like when you give people rights, it's very hard to take them away, right? And this is kind of that kind of concept, right? Like the overlay districts that have been applied here are to keep and preserve our community as our city, and generations of council members behind you on the wall and commissioners have decided what we want to see as our city. And so if we remove an entitlement and go backward in time, even though we've had multiple general plan amendments since, and this could have been done through that process, it's asking a lot of us. So this risk of having regulatory bodies outside of these chambers determine the outcome here is, I think, a huge concern of us. So if you could really hone in on that, that would be very helpful for us tonight.
I'm extremely confident that every one of the groups that we've spoken to can get regulatory approval. I have no doubt. The ones that we've been speaking with have done that many times in California, several facilities down in Orange County. They know what has to be done. They're extremely confident that they can get through that process. So And that would be the requirement. We would not pick one and enter into a long-term contract unless we had a guarantee that they were going to be able to get this approved. So I understand the concern, because it's my concern too. We will be putting a lot of money into this facility to build it. So it has to be, I have to be extremely confident to be able to invest what we need to get it up and running. It's going to be a beautiful place. We want to make it incredible. So I share your concern, and I'm confident that, any of the ones that we're talking to right now would have no problem getting through that approval process. They've done it many times. We've looked at their budgets, we've looked at everything, and we've looked at, their past practices and how they've done it. So we would, I'm extremely confident we can do that.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I hear your sincerity in your response, and I believe that my hope is to be able to believe that, again, from our perspective as a body that is supposed to represent our city's interests, take these guiding principles from our general plan and other sources to guide our decision-making tonight. The what if, I think, is a very strong indication of the risk to this, given the fact that if we redesignate it to a CRS, the way I read our regulations would be that basically almost any use would be applicable to the property, with the exception of like adult type shops, right? And given its proximity to so many different things, I mean, you're a business owner, you're a developer. If the land use doesn't get approved, but you've got the entitlement now, you're not going to now then just be like, oh, too bad, so sad, we're just going to do nothing with the property. You're going to use it and use that entitlement to your commercial benefit, which I don't blame you.
That's not our intent. We've been in this, we've been at this for 7 years, and we went to council 2 times and got their input and wanted it. And that's really, there's also, as I was saying earlier, there's a personal desire to have excellent facilities that can help people in this way.
And I don't doubt that, and I don't doubt that that's the intent. I'm not saying that you're up here. We have had items come before us, and we've been told certain things as a commission, and properties then, once things have been decided by us, change hands, right? So I just want to make sure that we're taking into account what the public interest is here too.
Right.
And also what we're guided by our documents to determine. And so a follow-up question I have, I understand that there were 2 public forums outside of the city that were hosted by you all. I didn't see much data on that. I didn't see any statistics or facts or figures on the participation from our community in those forums. So I'm very curious to understand that. And then 2, as a secondary question, that we're very proud of our distinct community and in the characteristics that we have, particularly in Old Agoura. Asking an entitlement change, I understand that there was 2 approval processes via the council during COVID. I watched those videos today. They were both on camera, Zoom. There was no, real public engagement. And so we've also had general plan amendments that have changed as since then. And so I have a hard time leaning on those as being, kind of sacrosanct, like we should listen to what those council members at that time said. By the way, we've had a majority of that council since depart our council. And so I'm not sure that is exactly how we would want to see projects and plans come forward today. That's not certainly, what I think would be of interest right now. So really want to understand the public participation process, really want to understand if it was explicitly disclosed to the community at the time, particularly communities surrounding it, that there would be an overlay stripped back, which would then entitle the lot to have many more uses than what typically people would think. And again, I'm going to caveat all of this. you're talking to a bunch of policy wonks up here. You're talking about people who are steeped in looking at rules and regulations. An average member of our community is going to hardly know the distinction between one overlay district versus the other and where those geographical lines intersect, et cetera. So I really appreciate you to be thoughtful in the response because that's going to be critical for our deliberation tonight.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair Roth. Just a reminder that we do have public comment.
Of course.
Handle it however you would like, but maybe it might be a good time to let the public speak, and then you can call the applicant back up to respond and ask further questions. Just a suggestion.
Great. To be clear, this question was not asked by any of my fellow commissioners, so I think it's worth.
Yeah.
I will reserve probably 1 or 2 more questions, and then we will hold ours for our public comment, and then we'll ask you come back up. But please respond.
Sure. Corey, do you think you?
Yeah, I think the public, unfortunately, the timing of when we came in initially was during the shutdown, and so we did have some city council meetings were online. I think the first one, the second, or the first, I can't remember which one. It was 7 years ago. But we did have 2 public forums. The first one that we had was online. It was via Zoom. There was mailings. There was signs put up. There was a notification on the. We went through all the policy requirements to notify everybody about that. We had attendees. Unfortunately, we didn't get a list of everybody that was there because it was online and we didn't have anything for people to email, or nobody emailed us signs. But we had one question about just the time frame of construction. No objections in that first public forum before we submitted for the formal entitlement. In February of 24, we had another public forum next door in this office building. We had a couple more participants. People signed in. We gave all that information over to staff, and that presentation was over to staff. We had a couple that were, there were some people asking about the architecture and, the back side of the building and, just the articulation and just trying to understand the project a little bit more detailed, but nobody ultimately was objecting the project in either public forum.
And was it explicitly disclosed to the public that was participating that there would be a removal of one overlay district designation?
It was presented in both public forums.
Okay, great, thank you.
I also just
sorry, in the second public forum it was disclosed because that happened after the second pre-screen.
Okay.
I also just want to add on to that, a large part of the California Environmental Quality Act is also public notice. And so the environmental document itself was public noticed. In accordance with all those laws, we've received public comments on the environmental document. This particular hearing is an opportunity for public engagement. Everybody within 750 feet of the site did receive notice, as well as the story polls are another city procedure that provides further notice. So this is the public opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for that, Robbie. I had a chance to look up the site on Redfin. Probably very familiar with it. Redfin does show that the site has been up for sale in the past, and you did mention kind of some discrepancy about a for sale sign going out. Can you help me understand the history of the site and what that is? I don't know if Redfin gets things wrong. I know Zillow does, but I don't know about
Yeah. It's possible that I'm not aware that one of my partners could have said, yeah, put it. I don't know. But as far as I'm aware, in the last 5 years, I've had conversations with Al, and what was this guy's sign? Well, leave it up there. If somebody wants to, make us an offer, maybe we'll consider it. So that's what I'm aware of. But it's possible that there's something that that maybe he made a deal with a broker or something that I'm not aware of. That may have predated 5 years.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to actually ask you to sit for now.
Yes.
Thank you for being up here for so long. Real quick before we, let's do public comment and then potentially discuss a bio break if anyone, I wouldn't mind taking a 5-minute break eventually, but I will now defer to our city clerk for any public comments. If you have materials to distribute to the Planning Commission, please hand them to our city clerk to distribute on your behalf. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. City Clerk, do we have any public comments for tonight?
Yes, we do. Written public comments were received by email on or before the 4 p.m. deadline today and forwarded to the Planning Commission prior to the meeting. They will be part of the permanent record. Public comments, there were 10, were received from the following: all Agoura Hills residents, Laura Tomasiello, Gary Smith, Marcia Mouse, Carolyn, I think it's McKeel, Dr. Najee McKeel, T. and Joanne Phillips, David Friedman, Mike Aguilera, Jay Crutcher, and Kristen McDowell. We do have 3 speaker cards. I believe Maria DiMaggio has left. So our next speaker would be Terry Ahern. And our lights are not working, but I will pause at 30 seconds and let you know you have 30 seconds, and then we'll go from there.
Sound is horrible in here, so I really don't need a microphone. I'll be quick. I was here in 1987, so way before you guys. Time is flown. We live in Indian Hills. I have the book here from Agoura Hills, and that is Laura LaPlante. That's what Agoura Hills is known for, Laura LaPlante. People talk about Old Agoura. Old Agoura is north and south. North is known for the bike trails, but nobody hears about the south side. Indian Hills, we feel that we're never listened to over there. Not the fact that they tore down the historic stage theater door and nobody even asked us about it. Same way with this project. Nobody asked us about it. No one's asked us for 7 years. The planning department doesn't do it. These people don't do it. I happened to catch a little card. I'm head of the Homeowners Association in Indian Hills. We're the ones affected by this project. We're right up above it. We have 250 people that won't be able to get out during a fire if this thing's built, which will be on someone else's hands. Mountain Lion visitors won't be able to visit the park or see the overpass because we don't have a coffee shop there, but we've got a senior center. Great project, wrong location. You look at those photos, you could tell something's wrong with this thing, man. It's ridiculous. It's in the wrong place. If you want to know how the people feel, they should have asked us. Head of the Homeowners Association, we have 10 where I'm at the top in Indian Hills, but I communicate with over close to 100 families up there. So I know what's going on. We have 12 people that wrote in tonight. You know how hard it was when people are so busy to get them right in? I just did it because we didn't know about this. Something that's really big. The Homeowners Association of Old Agoura, they have that 5-year letter from 2001. Strike that from the record. It's not even around anymore. So they haven't talked to them. Nobody reached out to me. I was the only one that got a card in the mail. So people should have been notified of this. I'm busy, and I almost didn't actually act on this card. It's 1/10 the size. When I'm done with my 3 minutes, you can ask me any question, because I've been here for 40 years, and I've worked with all the planning departments. I've worked with all those great leaders on the wall out there. And they put this code together for a reason. They put it together for a reason. So we would put coffee shops, we'd put tire places, we'd put veterinarians, we would put places you go get your face done and your feet done, like we have there. The people walk there in this business park. Not a place where you park 100 people that need sick or attention and are sitting in one place. That's not what that's there for.
Mr. Ahern, 30 seconds.
Doesn't fit. All of your comments were great. Yours is right on. The macro impact you guys don't even see. It's a scar down the middle of this city, which is so incredible we won't be able to fix it. It's a blow from the wildlife side. Your comments were straight on. If I had my glasses on, I'd tell you what they were in a second, but they were right on. So were yours. Asking the neighbors, have you talked about that? You had some great comments. You were focusing on this flim-flam and going back and forth. I want to say last thing. I think it's a CRS. They don't even qualify under CRS.
Thank you
This type of business.
We'll appreciate your public comments tonight. Thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
City Clerk, do we have another speaker?
No questions? Call me back up, because I got 40 years of experience from this area.
Okay. Our questions are for the
Thank you,
applicant.
guys.
Laura Tomasiello.
Thank you very much. And as you heard,
Hi,
the
thank
city
you.
clerk
And
will
you said
remind
my
you.
name correctly, so that's kind of cool. Hi, my name is Laura Tomasello, and I'm a resident on Laura LaPlante Drive. I got to tell you, aside from, the CRS and the rezoning, during the 2018 fire, I lived there when the fire jumped the 101 at Chesborough. It was so manic, it was so chaotic, with all of us trying to escape from Laura LaPlanta Drive and coming down Lewis Road. What they don't show you when they show you the pictures, they show you a picture from Chesborough looking this way, from Agoura Road looking this way, from Palo Commando and Chesborough looking this way. But they don't go on the back of the property and show a picture this way. That's where we live. The road that comes out of Lewis ends right there on the corner. If we have a major fire and they have their emergency contingency to escape 150 people, because people are going to be coming to get their 74 loved ones, that's 150, plus the workers. All of that is going to be occupied by 200 plus more vehicles. It will gridlock the area and it will block Lewis Road, and that could potentially leave all of us dead, burnt in a fire because we can't get out. If they block one, we're screwed. There were horses, there were people trying to escape. You put another 200 people in an emergency evacuation on that corner, we are dead. I am really worried about being stuck. You might not care about us, but we care about us. And we want our place to be safe. And if you cannot guarantee that all our residents can get out, then this is not the place for that. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you very much for your participation. Kimberly, do we have any further public comments for tonight?
We do not have any further speaker cards.
Great, thank you very much. So at this,
I do not have a card from you. It comes to me. Go ahead and come up. Mr. Friedman.
it's okay. You can come up to the podium. As you've seen, Kimberly will inform you when you have 30 seconds remaining.
All right. The sound back here really is bad. Very difficult to hear all of you. Anyhow, my name's David Friedman. I'm an architect, and I'm at 28407 Renee Drive, so it's just above the project. And I did submit a rather lengthy statement, which I can't cover all of it here, but let me just start by saying I'm here to speak against this project. It's inconsistent with the historic nature of the area and should not be approved. The parcels within the Old Agoura Overlay District, and as such, it's not listed within Section 9552.1 of permitted uses. I think we've all spoken about that earlier. Those uses are intended to serve the local community, and that would typically be identified as small businesses. The project in question cannot be considered a small business and would, by its nature, need to grab population from a much wider area than our local community that's overseeing the project. It's stated in the review that it meets all of the requirements of the CRS zone, and that may be true, but changing the zone is not, to meet the project, is not a reason to change the zone. The district was created to preserve the rural nature of this area, historic area, and if it's changed, the overlay district is changed, once it's gone forever. We'll never get it back. And I think perhaps the best and highest use of the property would be a community park. And I know that that doesn't make a lot of money, but it would be nice for the city to buy the property for that use. Concerning Section 9554, the Commercial and Residential Development Standards, talks about the sensitivity to perpetuate Old Agoura's unique rural character. And I maintain that the design and the mass of the project does not maintain that intent. And one can look at the office building immediately to the west, which I understand that you designed, and I compliment you on that, for an example of what the proper massing would be for this site. So I contend that the height of the project, as shown on the story poles, will block the view of Agoura Hills, and I know that there's no view.
Mr. Friedman, you have 30 seconds.
The other thing I wanted to state is that in the document it talks about grading that the project is not grading, but you're bringing in 14,598 cubic yards of soil in order to fill the bowl. And if that's not grading, I don't know what is grading. So I question that. And I guess the last thing I'd like to talk about is just the staffing. Probably it's 1 to 8 is the state recommendation for staffing. So you got like 10 staff.
Thank you very much for your participation. We appreciate it.
You don't have enough parking, is
Thank
my
you very
point.
much. City Clerk, do we have any further public comments for tonight's
I
item?
do not believe we have any further comments. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. So at this juncture, we interrupted some questions to you to allow the public, because we've been here for 3 hours. You are allotted 5 minutes. I believe we actually all probably have some additional questions. I wouldn't mind actually taking a 5-minute break if that's okay. We've been at this for over 3 hours. I imagine we're going to have a few more questions that are going to extend us. And so if that's permissible, is that okay? City Clerk, do I have to ask for a roll call vote to take a temporary pause?
No, it's just a recess.
Okay, so let's take a 5 to 10 minute recess. We'll reconvene at 9:15. Let's do 10 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. think we are waiting just for one more planning commissioner, but we are at 9:15. All right, thank you so much for allowing us to have a 10-minute recess. Do we need to ask for a quorum other than the visual cue that we're all back up where we're supposed to be? Okay, great. Thank you very much. So where we left off on our item for the public hearing tonight, we were actually asking questions of the applicant. I'm going to ask and defer to our city attorney. I know we've kind of gone a little bit out of order because we now have allowed public comment, being mindful of the time. Do we go back to our questions of the applicant and then give him the opportunity or them the opportunity to rebut? Or should we allow them the 5 minutes of rebuttal and then return to our questioning?
My suggestion would be to do the 5-minute rebuttal now while it's still sort of fresh, and then you can ask additional questions if you have them.
Great. I'm going to defer to your discretion and your advice. So at this time, you may come up. You'll have 5 minutes to rebut on the public comments and our questions and clarify our questions up to this point. Obviously, given the circumstances, we're going to ask further questions. You'll have opportunities to respond to them then. As you've heard, we have some issues with our timing, so our city clerk will inform you when you have 30 seconds left. Thank you very much.
I would just say I fully recognize and understand the concern for, safety and getting people out in evacuation scenarios. We did a full review with the fire department, and we have talked with, having been through our own evacuations throughout the Conejo Valley. Obviously that's a big concern. And in my discussions with all three operator groups, that is dealt with specifically in their plans for their approval. There are facilities, there are vehicles that they have, vans. The one particular group has vans that they use to transport the residents all over the city, and those would be used in those scenarios as well. So I don't, obviously that's a concern. It's not something that was, a concern when the fire department reviewed the project, but obviously we want to make for sure that it's we can all get out, and God forbid if that were to happen. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that, Corey?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of some technical questions in terms of the zoning, changing it from CRS to BPR, why we did that back in 2009. I'm recalling that was because we had the parking structure and that took up 60% of the property. And so the BPR gave us a bigger project to get that density on, because the parking structure is a building. And so that's why it was changed to BPR at that time, to get that density. Again, just like Bryce said, a lot of it's state regulated in terms of fire evacuations, and those protocols have to be in their operational manuals that get inspected by the state. Thank you.
Still have a little bit more time, so.
I don't know, yeah.
If there's any questions, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to hear from us.
So how we'll capture this is
Sure.
going to be kind of the 5-minute rebuttal from the public commentary. We're going to go back to our commissioner questioning. I think that there's probably been some new questions that have been, that have arisen since we've, had a chance to talk to you. So I'm going to defer to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Stein, do you have any further questions of our applicant tonight?
Upon listening to the other commissioners, I think first question I almost asked you is what happens if this doesn't get approved? You don't have a backup plan. So, we're going on your word that we'll get it done. I do believe that if you have an operator, they probably will be able to go through the entitlement. Otherwise, they wouldn't enter into a lease. But you made a comment that most of the people you've been talking to, 76 units is on the small side. I mean, I can never ask anybody for certainty, but are they going to feel, are you really feel comfortable you're going to be able to execute on this? Because, if I'm a operator and I want 150, rooms and I'm all going to 76, the cost of operation is very different. I mean, have you had that kind of conversation with the operators, they know what they're getting into. I mean, I don't have any problems with them probably go through state regulations. I'm more concerned, have you had that conversation with them about how they're going to operate it, with a smaller size than what they're used to?
Yes, we have, and we have, we have at least two that want to move forward, even though it's smaller than what they would typically develop.
And I know you made a comment, someone said that there was a sign up for sale, you weren't aware of it. I do know a lot of brokers try to find vacant properties and say, hey, do you mind if I just put a property sign up for sale? Because I just want people to call me. So I will take your word that you had not put the property up for sale and may have just entered into that. But, I know that one of the other commissioners was very concerned because we did approve a project down the street, got sold, and we went through a lengthy process. So, I can never have you guarantee, but, that is one of my concerns is if this project does not go through as you anticipate, what have we given up as the city to allow you to try this, to proceed, because without having an operator, there's a little bit more risk on our side in approving the project. So
Well, I think our track record, also bodes for who we are and what we do. Right now, we're building a medical building in Thousand Oaks. We have 3 buildings that we built in Calabasas. We build them, we own them, and we lease them to tenants. So right now on Moore Park Road, 420 Pennsfield Place, there's a beautiful building that we're putting up there, a small medical building, medical offices. We have, we've been doing this for quite a while. It's a family business, and so it's something that we like to do. We like to see the finished product. We're proud of, we have a pride of ownership and want to make an appropriate and a great place for our tenants and for the community. So it's something. Our intention is not to, get an approval and run. And from the projects that we've done together, that's not our track record. We don't do it. We hold them closely and we operate them, or we get a lease. Now, we've never done a facility like this, but we feel confident that with the folks that we're speaking with, that it's going to be, we've got an excellent plan in place. And just to answer your question specifically, yeah, we have a commitment that at least 2 of the people will move forward if we move forward and get it built.
Thank you.
Any further questions from my fellow commissioners of our applicant? Before I turn to you, Commissioner Sharon? Just out of deference, but Vice Chair Reinhardt? Should defer to you.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify on what you just said, I know you say you have a portfolio of properties that you've run or developed and then leased long term, and you mentioned our surrounding communities. None of the properties in your current portfolio are residential facilities, though.
No.
And you have never developed a residential facility such as this before.
No, we haven't. But medical office buildings, we have medical office buildings in Santa Clarita, in Pasadena, in Thousand Oaks. But this would be, it would be an expansion of what we've been doing for the last 30 years.
Okay. And then a question for I guess both of you, but for your architect here. In the renderings that staff presented, again, you both touted yourselves as being locals, and we appreciate that. And again, I did see some of that, evidence in the way that you developed your initial design or your, proposed design. One thing that I did notice in your renderings, though, that has me a bit perplexed is it looks like Oregon in your in those renderings. There are like all these trees that don't currently exist on that property. And I know that you would be planting some, native species and all of that, but I guess I'm wondering why it doesn't really reflect the nature of the area, because, all of those trees that were depicted in that rendering with the property make it look like it's in an old growth forest, and it's not. And the view or the impacts on the view are not, I guess, properly represented there. So could you talk me through why you did that?
So renderings are subjective. There's no real way to get it exact. I know there's newer technology today to get it more exact, but we've prepared those a while back. With the trees and the planting, that was all directed in through that process with the landscape architect and the city landscape consultant. So all those tree specimens and species were all a direction through the process of review. In the renderings, you're talking about the hillside renderings where it shows the forest in the background? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, where it shows the building and then it shows, so yes, like there, and then there's one from, I think, the opposing, that does not look anything like Agoura Hills or.
It's a rendering.
No, I understand
realistically,
that.
yeah.
I fully understand it's a rendering, but given the area, and I guess, this is again a question maybe outside of my immediate experience, but as someone who works in art direction, if I were proposing something in Agoura Hills, I grew up in the area and I've built in the area, I would have asked my artist to make it look like Agoura Hills.
So we actually had different photo renderings before this that actually were photos from the site.
Okay.
And they're the 3D model on it. So those were submitted originally to the city, and there's two sets of renderings. This is the more realistic rendering, which doesn't have the picture in the background of the mountain. There's another rendering that has a sketch style building with the actual photos of the street and the mountains behind. So I don't have those in front on the screen here, but those were submitted, and those were submitted in the process as well. Okay.
These are just things that stood out to me, again, and I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, but also this looks nothing like our community.
And just to be clear too, these are not photo simulations, these are renderings.
Right.
The photo simulations were submitted as part of the package, and those actually have the actual photos of the site. So I know it says photo simulations, but it's not. This is a artistic rendering from an artist that prepared these. I didn't prepare these.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear.
Okay. Yeah, that's what
I understand.
I wanted some clarification on that, and just out of curiosity.
I think it's a good point.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I think it's a good point.
Okay. And
Yeah.
the other thing I would, I guess, ask is, when we've had commercial developers up here before, who have, again, presented their proposed work in our community, they've shown maybe some of their portfolio related to, other buildings that they've developed to show either how they've, built things that are similar, or how maybe they've built things that are, not, that are disparate from our area, but that they were willing to work with us, and staff on things. So is there a reason why, when you had your opportunity to present, you did not maybe present some of your other, and it sounds like it might be because you've never done a residential facility before.
Well, I think this particular design came about because Corey was meeting with the Old Agoura homeowners group and getting their input on what they wanted to see. And so that was heavily influenced on the design. Our other projects don't look anything like it. So that would throw you off if, but we can make it look just like that. And the one, right now we're in the middle of one in Thousand Oaks. It's a beautiful building. It's a much smaller building, but we're proud of it. And we've got a couple more in Thousand Oaks that we've done, starting in, I think, 96. So they're older, but, I'm happy to give you the addresses and you can go take a look at,
Right.
40 years of buildings that we've done.
Right. No, and again, I'm just trying to collect as much context as
Yes.
I can, you know, for what it is you're you know, and I get what you're trying to accomplish, and I'm trying to see all sides of, you know, the proposal. And again, I can see where you have worked with staff to, and the community on certain elements. I can definitely see that.
Yeah, we met with Old Agoura early on, went through what they were looking for, even the site circulation, the driveways, what was previously approved there. And then working with ARP, we actually met with ARP. We had 2 formal design sessions with them where we were talking about the architecture and the articulation. And so it evolved as a entire, you know, from Old Agoura, their input to us, and then working with the ARP. That's how this architecture evolved. But other projects that, you know, Bryce has isn't this style.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. I'll defer any follow-up questions to after the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much. Any further questions of our applicant from our commissioners? Commissioner Platzer?
Yes, you said you met, I live in Old Agoura. You said you met with Old Agoura, but early on, but why not recently?
So I actually just had another conversation 2 days ago with Danny Farkash, who is no longer on the Old Agoura board. He's actually now part of the ARP, just so that he, you know, there's a little bit more influence and things that he can be more involved with the city. I asked him if that letter still stands. He said, yes, it does still stand. There's support of our project.
But I'm one of the residents. I've never got any information regarding this, so.
We met with the Old Agoura Association, so there's actually a couple members that are part of the association, and that was all taken in front of them with Danny at that time.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from my fellow commissioners? I've got one. Obviously, you've had conversations with the Old Agoura Homeowners Association and our architecture review panel here with the city, so I appreciate that. What about the businesses? So obviously, there's, you know, I think we'd be remiss to just say just because we're removing the zone that it doesn't seamlessly transition from one part of the business district into what will remain the Old Agoura commercial overlay. So what conversations have you had with the remaining Old Agoura overlay commercial properties that are over there in terms of what this project would look like? Because this is, you know, I understand the residents have a perspective on it. They're on the other side of the freeway. They're buffered from, you know, multiple roads, a freeway, and some other stuff before they would even you know, see this from their homes. But those businesses that are right next to it, you know, how do they feel about the project?
So the business immediately, again, the business to the north of this down on Dorothy, that is Bruce Albert. I worked on his project as well. He likes the project because of the you know, from his perspective, it's not a high use, like with that medical office building with 200 and plus parking spaces was pretty intensive. So he looked at this as a lower impacted use. Again, DiMaggio, she was here earlier today. She has the building to the west. I've talked to her early on before we started this project, even at the drawing sketches of what the plan would look like to get her input on it, because her office faces this property. Other businesses on the east side I have not gone to, but there's somebody on the south side that was at the forum, one of the public forums. He just was talking about the architecture on the back side and just wanted to understand what that was, but no objection. And then Old Agoura, when I met with them, even though they're on the other side of the freeway, they're at that time, their position was that's their gateway to their community. So everybody who lives on that side of the freeway in Old Agoura come through here. And so they like the idea of the project, not just the architecture, they understand the massing, but you have other buildings that are very similar massing and scale to the north. And they liked it just because they also saw it as not as heavily used as that medical office building. Because at that time we were kind of going back and forth. Should we go back with the medical office building? And what do you guys think of that versus this? And you know, what other options and discussions we had in terms of uses? This seemed like they felt this was the least impactful to their gateway to the community.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and again, I just want to make the distinction.
And then
there's the Old Agoura homeowners, but then there's the commercial district overlay.
Yes, I understand.
Separate things. So
And the overlay district, again, we had 2 options to present to council in the pre-screen. It was their direction not to go for a variance or to modify the Old Agoura overlay to add this use. Old Agoura in their in their overlay district and all their verbiage and their uses, they felt, I mean, that code hasn't been updated very much over the years. So there's a lot of uses that we see today that are not in that list. And so they didn't feel that this use was obstructional to other uses that they have on their list. And so they were not opposed to us, whatever way council felt moving forward. We just followed that as the guidance to remove that section. And then lastly, because the property is at the tail end of Old Agoura overlay, they felt that it's not like an island, it's not in the middle of Old Agoura overlay where we're gonna remove this create like a donut here. So they didn't feel like it was gonna be influential or affecting other intentions of Old Agoura overlay.
Thank you very much for that. Any further questions of our applicant before I ask them to sit down? Great, you may now be seated. Thank you very much. Let's see. So before I close the public hearing, do any commissioners have further questions for the applicant or now staff? So I'll open it up to questioning from our staff. Commissioner Stein, thank you.
I'm more concerned about the process going forward. Are we going to be, because there's so many different, there's a zone change, there's a general plan amendment, there's are we going to address each one individually and make our findings on those, or are we going to make the findings on everything at once? I just before I ask maybe some questions of staff.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to defer to our city attorney to give you guidance on that.
So you have a series of items before you this evening, and they have to be approved in sequence. My recommendation would be to take them in sequence in the order that we have them drafted in the draft findings or draft resolution. So that would be starting with the CEQA, then moving down to the general plan amendment, zone change, tentative map, et cetera, just so that we're clear on what exactly we're deliberating on. And it would be really helpful to the extent that you're disagreeing with staff's recommendation, which is your prerogative, if you could just be clear, sort of based on fact or, kind of specific reasons why you're disagreeing with the finding or things that thoughts that we can put into a resolution that we would bring back next time for your approval, it would be really helpful to be as specific as possible.
Thank you very much.
Just one other question, though, is we're not...
Please refrain. No, please refrain. Thank you very much. Commissioner Stein?
But a lot of this, what we're doing is just making a recommendation to the city council. We're not approving anything. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that as well.
That's correct. Tonight's item includes legislative changes, which City Council has final say on. So this is not your typical CUP. The Planning Commission is not the final body. This will be going before City Council.
Does that change your opinion on asking further questions, or were those your questions?
I'll wait.
Can I ask a clarifying question for that? Okay. So if we go item by item, and the first thing would be the CEQA request or recommendation, and that is specifically, the mitigation monitoring program is specifically for the Chesbro Care Project. So if that recommendation is made, and then the zoning isn't changed, how does the recommendation for one impact the other?
The CEQA document is for the totality of the project, which includes the zone change and the general plan amendment. So what we're looking for the CEQA document mostly is whether or not you believe that it adequately addressed all of the different environmental areas and addressed their potential significance. So that would be the first item. If you agree that the environmental document did an adequate job explaining what the impacts are and whether or not they will be significant. Then you move on to the legislative update, which it's discretionary. So it's not based on that environmental determination. It's based on land use factors and whether or not you think that land use decision is suitable for this property. Hope that makes sense.
The way you say it, it makes sense. But I guess, okay, I mean, I'm a bit confused in just in terms of like the implications of approving, recommending one thing and not the other, when it's, determines a specific outcome.
So that my recommendation to do it in sequence is so that we avoid a situation where we're approving or we approve a CUP, but there's no legislative change to the underlying general plan, because then you would have a situation where the CUP is dependent upon a change in the general plan, but the general plan hasn't been amended, so the CUP it doesn't make sense. Does that make sense? So the order that we have it listed is the order that it has to be in order for it to make sense. So that if you do get to the CUP stage and you want to approve the CUP, all the prerequisites would have been kind of checked off.
Okay, I have the recommendation in front of me. Is there in the documents a more itemized, like a sequential list of it?
So I think Katrina's going to pull up the list of the sequence, but the draft resolution was drafted such that it's in order. So the first set of findings is for CEQA, the second set of findings for your general plan amendment, zone change, et cetera. And I also want to point out that at every stage, every item has sort of a different set of findings that you would need to make. So for example, at the general plan amendment stage, you're deciding whether or not the amendment to the general plan comports with the general plan itself, which is separate from the conditional use permit, which is, does this use comport with the zone and general plan?
And to simplify that, the findings for the use permit are reliant on the general plan amendment. So if you're recommending disapproval of the general plan amendment, you would then therefore be recommending disapproval of every subsequent action.
But that isn't the case for the CEQA report.
Yes, so you would need to approve the environmental review before any of the project can happen, basically.
Understood.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sharon. Any further questions? I'll jump in. In terms of thinking about that process and down at the bottom, I think we've heard loud and clear that and this was unbeknownst, I think, in our initial phase of questions to staff, but that there's external regulatory authorities that can determine the outcome of this project. I think from an entitlement perspective that, it does call into question, I think levels of risk, et cetera, in our decision making. And so is there anything we can do in the CUP that would condition approval and take us back if we were to approve the project if we were to approve the project doesn't get its regulatory approvals, therefore like the entitlement exists, but it's not going to be a senior care facility. Is there anything we could have in that CUP to go back and trigger this whole process again, to reconsider the zoning designation and the general plan amendment? Or is that like once we've gone through that process and the general plan amendment and all that's done and set in stone, and it's now up to the state to determine like they've complied with the new state regulations, et cetera, like our hands are kind of tied behind our back? Can you discuss what that would look like for us as a city?
The only way you can really do that with a project application that I can think of is through a development agreement. And that a development agreement isn't proposed.
And that would be upon, like the applicant would have to be the one to come forward with the city. The city couldn't say as part of the CUP process, we would require a development agreement.
A development agreement allows essentially certainty for both the city and the applicant. And so that it's not proposed tonight, but that is essentially if we put a condition on there, let's just say if you don't comply or if you don't apply for a building permit, but and within 3 years your entitlement expires, you shall initiate another legislative action. I just can't, I don't and I'll have our city attorney weigh in.
Yeah,
on that.
that's right. So we can kind of think of what's happening as two buckets, right? You have the legislative changes, which is the general plan amendment and the zone change, and then you have the actual project approvals tonight.
Yeah.
So you could approve, if let's say you run through the project approvals and you condition that on them getting their necessary permits and all of that, that would be okay. But the legislative action can't be conditioned on their operating as a facility. That's
No, and I understand that, right? So the assumption is that if we're working through this, we're working through under the assumption that everything they've said is in good nature. They're going to go through the process through the regulatory bodies, that this is intended to be what it's going to be, X, Y, and Z. And yes, we would go down that pathway. However, when we get to the CUP process, given concerns about the entitlement designation, if they fail to meet that in a set number of years, could we say it would be required for any future development here that is not this proposed plan to go through a legislative review process to make sure that it continues, right? Or revert back the property, the parcels back to the overlay? Like, that's what I'm trying
so
to get at.
we would not be able to condition the legislative approvals. So those would stay.
Okay, so once that passes and the city council says the planning commission was correct, the applicant does their
That's
own
right.
due diligence.
So, I mean,
that
that's-
entitlement exists thereafter.
That's what happened with this property previously, right?
Yeah.
Because there were legislative changes, and that's why they're changing it back, because that stayed even though their CUP and their entitlements had expired.
Great, thank you very much. Any further questions of our city staff? Awesome, there being, Commissioner Platzer, we've got one more question.
Turn this on. I'm a little confused about all this. CEQA take into account drought, water, fires, I mean,
Everything.
okay, so fire, like the Woozy fire, or the Kenneth fire, and the droughts, and the rains, it includes everything, right?
There is a wildfire section in the environmental document, yes.
If the CEQA is approved and the project, the general plan amendment is not approved, and the developer decides he wants to build something else, does that CEQA report stay with the property? Is that still like something that will continue on, or is it kind of, he'll go through a new CEQA process without whatever proposal he brings forward next?
Any project is evaluated based on itself, so it would require a new CEQA document.
Makes sense. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. There being any last questions, seeing none, great. I guess now I will close the public hearing, and we will now move on to deliberations. Not sure where to begin on this one. I think I would just, before any commissioner begins, just want to re-echo what was mentioned by our city attorney. Dependent on what your findings are and how we go through this process. And I'm happy to direct us, so we can start, as you can see on the screen, we'll start with the CEQA. There's seven requirements for us to get through. If we are going to make a denial, or you're going to make a denial finding, please refer back to the general code, the municipal code, make it fact-based, and that will help everyone out. So with that, the first item that we're going to be discussing is the CEQA, the initial study for the mitigated and negative declaration. Do any commissioners have any thoughts and would like to begin deliberation on this item? Please. Yes. Yep. Thank you very much. Commissioner Stein, would you like to get us started?
Okay, so we're just now deliberating on section 4, and I've read the CEQA and the the mitigated report, and my concerns were obviously traffic. My concerns were I put aside cultural, other things, because I think we will protect ourselves there. No matter what gets developed on this property, and it will be developed one day, there will be traffic. There'll be other mitigations that we're going to have to address. And looking at this project in itself, I can make all the findings under Section 4.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Platzer? And remember, we're just discussing the first part of this triggering sequence.
I don't know. I'm having a little difficulty here, but I'm concerned about fires and I'm concerned about drought and too much water. So I'm going to have to probably not go along with it.
Thank you
And
very
just
much.
for clarification, so what you're voting on at this stage is whether or not you think the study adequately addressed all of the environmental issues and whether or not the suggested mitigation is sufficient to lower those impacts to less than significant.
But I didn't see anything on fires or drought or water. So I would have to say, and unless I'm missing something.
Okay, my recommendation is maybe we hear from the rest of the panel and then we can answer any questions at the end.
Great, thank you very much. And if we could please refrain from our public commentary out there so we can please deliberate. It's been a long evening. Commissioner Sharon?
In regards to the CEQA portion of this recommendation, I think that I believe that the report did an adequate job of assessing everything that is on this lot and the implications. I can make the findings for the CEQA portion of this recommendation.
Excuse me, thank you very much. Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Thank you. Looking at CEQA, I do have some concerns with some of the information that was presented. From a meeting minimum, it meets minimum standards as far as some of the negative declaration, categories that were delineated. On this particular issue, I can make the findings on CEQA.
Thank you very much. I will go Commissioner Platzer, and then I'll turn it back over to you. I entrust that our city staff has put together a CEQA report that is consistent with what the state is seeking. I have concerns that state law has changed with regard to evacuations and fire since, because I know that CEQA EIRs take years. This is a project that was initially proposed to us in 2021. There have since been the two most devastating fires in LA County history, in our nation's history since, and I know that we have thought much differently about how we look at use. So I will make the findings. I understand that at the time when this was presented to City Council, city staff, and through this EIR process, that we have met the minimum requirements as well. But again, I will put an extreme word of caution that I'm not sure that they're consistent with what we hear every day from our community about concerns with evacuation, especially given the state of our changing environment, which in 10 years has changed dramatically. So with that, Commissioner Platzer, I'll turn it over to you. Like I said, I can make the findings with some reservations.
Probably going to have to stand with what I said previously. So I appreciate the rest of the comments, but I'm going to have to stand with what I said.
Thank you very much. So for that item, it seems like we've got a 4-to-1 position to move to our next triggering consideration, which is the general plan amendment. Again, if there's going to be denial, please try to refer back to the city's documents, i.e. the municipal code, the general plan, et cetera, in your denial. And with that, I feel like I'm picking on you, Bruce, so I'm going to change it up and I'm going to turn to my right and I'm going to ask for Commissioner Sharon to kick us off into deliberations.
Sure. So I think that when I look at Article 9 of the municipal code, and I see what is requested, and I don't. Let me. So, how should I put this? It's really hard for me to make the findings that the old Agoura, that the general plan should be amended for the building, the purpose of development. I think we have the general plan in place for us to know exactly who we are and not waver when new projects come forth that sound like great ideas and look beautiful and serve a population that will one day need this. But the general plan was designed to know exactly who we are and not to waver in that position, and not to question it, and not to consider, to just kind of like allow just anything. And so I cannot make the findings for, are we calling it Section 5? Would that be appropriate? Okay, for Section 5. And when I look at when I look at Article 9 of zoning, and I look at the intent and purpose of the zones that we have, and I look, Section 9103 is really the intention. It's, let me see, I had it here, and the zoning regulations of the city are adopted to protect, promote, and enhance the public, and guarantee the development is compatible with the rural and residential character of the community. And I feel like if people that came before me decided that this overlay and this zone and this corridor has this character, then this is the community that we all bought into. It's, I do believe that it's the community that should continue forward. And so, I unfortunately cannot make the findings.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sharon. Before we continue on, we're actually going to do a roll call vote on the first item, which was related to CEQA. So I'm now going to defer to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
We would also need a motion and second.
Okay, great. Sorry. So with that, the motion would be to continue to approve the CEQA portion of tonight's item and allow us to move on to other, or Travis, if you would like, our city attorney, would you like to clarify? But is that is that an okay proposal?
Sorry, let me look at the wording here. So this would be, it would be a motion to recommend that the city council adopt the initial study mitigation negative declaration.
Okay, great. So with that, we can have someone make the motion, and then please state your name, and then a second, based off of what our city attorney just shared with us.
Commissioner Stein makes a motion to recommend the city council to adopt the CEQA mitigate.
Thank you very much. And a second?
Vice Chair Reinhardt seconds.
Thank you very much. With that, can we get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Platzer?
No.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stein?
Yes.
Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Aye.
Chair Roth?
Aye.
Chair Roth, you have approval 4-1, with Commissioner Platzer opposed.
Thank you very much. So now we've heard from one of our commissioners with regard to the general plan amendment. Commissioner Platzer, I'm going to turn to you next because I've been picking on Commissioner Stein.
I've lived in Old Agoura since 1981, before cityhood. And I changed some laws, and I'm very proud of what I did. And I find it hard to go along with the recommendations. I appreciate that we need senior citizen homes, but this is a high-priced home. And I also do not want to change the Old Agoura overlay. I appreciate you met with the Old Agoura Homeowners Association, but I have lived here prior to many of these folks that are on the Old Agoura Homeowners Association, so I do not find that it meets the, what's the term, findings. It's a long night.
Thank you very much. Now over to you, Commissioner
Sorry,
Stein.
Chair Roth, if I may.
Yes, yeah.
For the general plan amendment, the findings pertain to whether or not you think the general plan amendment is consistent with the general plan. So it would be helpful if you could provide reasons for why you think there's an inconsistency, just so that we can have that on the record and bring it back as part of the resolution that you'll approve at the next meeting.
Thank you. And so with that, we can hold Commissioner Platzer if that's helpful, and then we'll turn to Commissioner Stein for his comments and deliberation.
So how I look at this is this amendment does seek to revert the site back to its pre-2009 general plan. We're just changing it from the business park, retail, to the CRS, which will allow additional uses. And looking at what the project will be, but I'm looking at also in my decision-making that the city council met with the applicant and they made a recommendation to them to come back and do a general plan amendment. And therefore, I believe that, hey, 2009, this was approved CRS zoning. So I can make the findings to make the general plan amendment.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cerrone, you went, correct? Thank you. Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Thank you. Looking at the general plan amendment, again, there's a lot of history with, this property, and with looking at what was previously approved. There may be there's been discussion about is there precedence to revert back to what it was in 2009, and based on this evidence, it kind of feels like it's another bite at the apple. And since 2009, this property was included in the Old Agoura business overlay, and the amendments that were made to the general plan in order to include the Old Agoura overlay business district were intended to protect and make sure that the development in this area was consistent with the look and feel of Agoura Hills and of the Old Agoura district. So I cannot make the findings that this is consistent with the general plan, because it would create an island of this isolated property specific to being reverted out of the Old Agoura district.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Reinhardt. Commissioner Platzer, would you like to make your comments now, or would you like me to go and then?
I echo Commissioner Reinhardt's feelings.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, and Chair Roth, if I may. Katrina's going to pull up a copy of the general plan land use element, just so that we can reference sort of which policies we think this will be inconsistent with. Maybe that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll jump in then. Can we go to the general plan goal LU12? Great, thank you very much. I'll keep my comments very brief. I cannot make the findings and support a general plan amendment because I do not believe that this comports with LU12, LU12.4, LU 12.1. Additionally, if we can go to LU 4.11 in the general plan.
You said 0.11?
4.11. It's plans for a cohesive development. I can't make the findings tonight based on, the general plan tells us that we should be using specific plans in master planning policy and regulatory documents as a tool to implement general plan policies. I think a general plan amendment such as this is in complete conflict with that as a principle of the city. Just for the record when it comes up. Right, and so if we could go down to 4.11. Keep going. It should be on, yeah. There we go. Plans for cohesive development. Secondarily, if we could go to LU 30. Great, thank you very much. I can't make the findings because this would require us to remove a significant portion of the historic business center in the old Agoura area, which conflicts with a distinct district characterized by diversity of uses, form, scale, and design of buildings and landscape. I can't make the findings because 30.1 land uses encourages development of predominantly serving community residents such as office, retail, service, and commercial, including equestrian supporting uses and the promotive reuse of underutilized properties. And I don't believe that the project proposed to us in the general plan amendment comport with the city's municipal code and general plan. With that, Commissioner Schroen, do you have further comments and deliberations for this one? Okay, Commissioner Schroen.
I do want to add that I didn't say this for the first time, but I do want to just put on the record that I can't make the findings for 12.1 or 12.2, and the diversity of use and the freeway corridor. I find that the 12.1 is really calling for shopping centers and places for the community to occupy and spend locally. As well as and it really implies that people of that community can spend and shop and eat in their communities versus travel from adjoining communities, and so that's how. So I can't make the findings using that one. And 12.2. The freeway corridor, I read it with the commercial centers that provide within the freeway corridor that provide a strong fiscal base for the city, and I read that like the El Pollo Loco or the IHOP, things that the people that come on and off the freeways go in and out and spend their money, come out, and really have a fiscal impact on the city. And so this does not seem like a place where the majority of our community will spend their money, or it will be a place where people coming in and out of the freeways as the gateways of our cities will occupy. This will serve roughly 70 individuals only. And so I think that it's a very myopic group of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments on this item before we ask for a roll call vote? Sorry, we'll have to make a motion in a second, but any further comments? As chair, am I allowed to make a motion? Yeah. Travis, I saw you, and you're now walking away, but it's okay. I will make a motion to deny a recommendation to the city council based off of a number of factors that, that the findings, we cannot find the findings, cannot support, I think you make the findings as they relate to the general plan and a legislative request to approve a general plan amendment. Travis, I now see you on the mic, so.
Sorry, so staff needs a little bit more clarity on sort of the reasoning that'll go into the resolution. Again, the question is whether or not the legislative amendment is consistent with the general plan, not whether or not this project is consistent with the general plan, if that makes sense. So you're now deliberating over the change in the general plan designation for this lot, not whether or not you think this development comports with the general plan. And happy to re-explain that. I know it's confusing. So at this stage, what we're talking about is changing the general plan designation for a piece of land. So we need to, in our findings, discuss why that amendment to the general plan designation for this piece of land is inconsistent with principles in the general plan.
Please refrain from public commentary.
Does that make sense?
In other words, the general plan amendment is from BPOR to CRS. So
yeah.
In what ways does BPR to CRS not comport with the general plan?
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sharon?
So also just to clarify, the old Agoura overlay is not considered in part of the general plan.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sharon? Okay, so my question then for staff is, thank you. My question for staff, and I appreciate that, Katrina. My intent in raising the Old Agoura Business District is because it is specifically called out in our general plan, and we have other general plan guidances such as LU 411. I would like to make my denial based off of that, which is plans for cohesive development. To me, the general plan in its existence calls for special districts and certain overlay zones. Those exist. There's tons of allowable use well within the right of the property owner to be able to develop the property, so we're not denying development of the property. What I would like to deny is the general plan amendment, because I think we have guidance from our city leadership in years past to tell us when these items come before us, take what we've put in place here to reflect the character in the community that we have. And I think that's what that is there for, and that's why I can't make the findings based off of that general plan.
So specifically the question is why the change from BPOR to CRS, and why that is inconsistent with the general plan objectives and policies.
I mean, I think that conflicts with cohesive development, right? If we start part and parcel looking at properties throughout all of our overlay districts and say, when an applicant decides to come forward and ask for a general plan amendment to approve a new different type of project, that conflicts with that specific cohesive development clause that is within our general plan. And so I'm going to make a motion to deny the project based off of that. I'm happy to take an amendment or two. I don't want to belabor the point because I think that city staff is asking us to be very buttoned up and clear on why we're denying this. But that is going to be my motion. I'm happy to take an amendment or two before I more formally make that motion.
Yeah. I think staff has enough on this, and we're just trying to get enough information because we have to now draft a new resolution with these findings that will come back to you. So trying to just have the public understand too.
So can I just ask a clarifying question without being out of order? Okay, thank you, Chair. No, I know. Okay. I know we haven't gotten to the motion point, and I just want to comment that this is very tedious, and we are in the wonkiest of wonk part of trying to get through the order of operations here to make sure that we do everything in good faith and correctly So making sure that we are citing specifically why, why we are or are not making the findings on this particular issue. Yes? Okay. Great, thank you.
And actually with that, I'm going to call attention to one more because I think this is pretty explicit. The general plan goal LU12 has a specific sub-goal of visitor serving commercial. So it would provide for visitor serving commercial uses in key locations to attract tourists, beachgoers, and Santa Monica Mountain recreation area users. Again, I'm not sure that I can make the finding that if we were to say that this satisfies all of goal LU12, and that being a sub-goal, this general plan amendment, I don't believe accommodates for the principles of that goal. Any further questions or commentary?
I will say that I also will refer back to section 9102 in the municipal code that the general plan is, and I'll let me read this. The City Council has initiated a comprehensive planning program in order to ensure that the anticipated growth within the city is organized, planned, and coordinated in a manner that will not place undue burden on the city, and will be consistent with the rural and residential character of the existing community. And this effort is culminated in the preparation, adoption, and comprehensive general plan. And so I can keep reading, but that whole section essentially supports my findings.
Travis, would you help me with the motion?
Okay, so I believe it is a motion to deny the, sorry, let me get to it.
Would be the general amendment proposal.
Yes, a motion to deny the general plan amendment case number GPA 2022-004 to change the land use designation from BPOR to CRS.
Thank you. I will move the item. I will be the maker of the motion, so that'd be Chair Roth. Do I have a second? And if so, please state your name.
Vice Chair Reinhardt seconds.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, can I get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Platzer?
No.
Commissioner Sharon?
Sorry, correction, yes. You changed us so much. Repeat it over again.
I'll repeat it one more time, just for clarity. So it is a motion to deny general plan amendment case number GPA 2022-0004 to change the land use designation from BPOR to CRS. So that's the motion on the table.
Okay.
Commissioner Platzer?
Yes.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Stein?
No.
Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Aye.
Chair Roth?
Aye.
Chair Roth, you have denial 4-1 with Commissioner Stein in favor.
Great, thank you very much. So I will now defer, before I defer to Robbie, I'm going to defer to our city attorney. We only made it through 2 of the 7 required.
We can draft everything else based on that.
Okay, great. So that de facto ends the item for tonight.
So what will happen is, based on the deliberation tonight, staff will go back and draft a resolution denying the project, and it will come back to you at the next meeting for review to make sure that we're accurately capturing everything.
And to be clear, I know this was discussed at multiple points, but this is
recommendation of denial.
Thank
Sorry,
you. Yeah, this is for a point of clarity for the community, our applicant, and the folks who participated in tonight. This is not the final action. This is just part of the process. So appreciate you all coming and participating with us. With that, I will now defer to our Assistant Planning Director, Robbie Nesevich. Oh, okay, because there's no formal decision. Okay, great. So, sorry, I apologize. I guess with that, that concludes the item. Right, am I missing anything before we move? Perfect, all right. Well, thank you all for being with us tonight. Are there any comments from staff? Great. I know, Robbie, you came in early with the comment and introducing us to Mr. Taylor tonight, so thank you for that. Are there any comments from the Planning Commission? Great. I just want to wish everyone a happy holidays, happy Hanukkah. Thank you all for participating in this late one-item evening, but really appreciate the attendance tonight. And so with that, I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting. The regular Planning Commission meeting of January 1st, 2026 has been canceled. The next regular Planning Commission is scheduled for 6 p.m. on Thursday, January 15th, 2026, in the City Council chambers of the Civic Center located at 30,001 Ladyface Court, Agoura Hills. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.